My child, stop what you're doing, because I'm not whispering this time. I'm breaking the silence. This is not a suggestion, not a soft nudge, not another moment to scroll past. This is a divine interruption. I can't wait any longer. I'm telling you everything. What I've held back, I'm releasing. What you've prayed to hear, I'm declaring. And what your spirit hath been aching for, I'm delivering now. You stepped into a moment heaven designed before time began. You didn't find this by accident. I led you here because your heart is finally ready to receive what I could not say until now. And child, you need to stay with me. Every second counts. Don't click away. Don't treat this like background noise. Let every word hit your spirit like fire, because that's exactly what I'm pouring out. Fire and truth, oil and clarity, revelation and release. Watch until the end. Listen with your soul wide open. This is not entertainment. It's encounter. You will feel me. You will hear me. You will recognize me. And when it's over, you won't be the same. Because what I reveal today will shift your entire atmosphere. I'm not just speaking, I'm delivering destiny. So lean in and prepare. You're about to hear everything I've waited your whole life to say. My beloved child, I have waited long enough, and heaven has waited with me. There are moments in time that are not measured by clocks or calendars, but by the weight of readiness, the ripeness of spirit, and the quiet trembling of a heart that has finally surrendered without knowing how. I have watched you for so long, not with distance or disappointment, but with infinite tenderness. You thought my silence meant absence, but it was divine restraint. I held back the flood not because you weren't worthy, but because I knew what I wanted to pour into you would require room. Room that could only be made through surrender, through ache, through the stretching that you never signed up for. Every breath you took in the stillness, every tear that soaked your pillow, every moment you whispered, I don't know how much more I can take. I was there. I hovered over your bed like a father who never sleeps. I knelt in the hallway where you doubted. I lingered at your side even when your faith felt too faint to stand. I didn't leave. I waited. Because what I have to say could not be spoken into a hurried, distracted, half-hearted moment. It had to be this exact second, where your heart, though bruised, is open. Though tired, still tender. Though tested, still willing. Now my voice must rise. The heavens are opening like scrolls, and I'm breaking the silence not with a whisper, but with a declaration. Your heart is ready, and I will not hold back any longer. Child, this is not just a new chapter. This is a divine unveiling. You didn't know it, but while you were waiting, I was watching the fire form something eternal within you. You mistook it for survival, but I saw it for what it was, refinement. I waited not to tease your hope, but to ensure your soul could carry the weight of what I am about to reveal. I am not a God who wastes pain or prolongs silence without purpose. Every second of quiet, every season of what felt like abandonment, was a layer being peeled back, not from my love, but from your old identity. The one fear tried to give you, the one disappointment tried to engrave in you. But I refused to let that version of you define your future. I needed the false to fall away so that when I speak now, and yes, I speak now, you will hear me not through your wounds, but through your worth. And beloved, your worth to me has never diminished. I didn't love you less when you doubted. I didn't turn away when your questions grew louder than your praise. I stayed, and now I speak. This is not the hour of suggestion. This is the hour of release. I'm tearing the veil. I'm throwing open the doors. I'm lifting the dam that's held back years of stored-up breakthrough. You are not behind. You are positioned. And because your heart is ready, truly ready, I will not hold back. I'm telling you everything. Now, my beloved, if only you knew what I've been doing in the silence. You thought I turned my face. You thought I forgot the sound of your voice, the depth of your tears, the secret sentences you whispered only in the dark. But I never missed a moment. My silence was not distance. It was design. I wasn't withholding my voice as punishment. I was preserving my presence as preparation. Because what I'm about to pour into your life requires a clarity that only grows in quiet places. You were not in exile. You were in incubation. You were not being ignored. You were being made. And yes, I know it felt heavy. I know the silence pressed against your chest like bricks upon your breath. But child, that was the sound of me working behind the veil. That was the hush of heaven preparing to thunder on your behalf. You were not forgotten. You were being focused. Every unanswered question was folding into a bigger answer. Every delay was hiding a deeper delivery. I wasn't quiet because I was cruel. I was quiet because I was careful. I wasn't finished forming the fullness of what your heart had been crying out for. And I couldn't give it to you prematurely. So I waited, and I waited with you. I sat beside your doubt. I leaned into your ache. I stayed. You cried out for clarity, and what I needed was for your ears to stop chasing noise. The kind of clarity you longed for couldn't come through another loud solution. It needed to be shaped in the sacred, formed in the fog, crafted in the in-between where only I could speak and you could hear. And that, child, is why I stayed silent. Because in that silence, your spirit began to tune out the voices that had filled your life with confusion, contradiction, and compromise. You stopped listening for quick answers and started longing for holy ones. You turned down the volume of the world and leaned into the stillness of me. That's when the breakthrough began. It didn't come with trumpets or thunder. It started with surrender. It started when you stopped needing me to move your way and began trusting me to move the right way. That shift, my beloved, that subtle but sacred shift, it changed everything. I saw it. Heaven recorded it. Your silence spoke louder than 1,000 sermons. You kept walking even when the path blurred. You kept believing even when your feelings betrayed you. And because of that, because you endured the weight of what felt like holy stillness, I now unveil the clarity you didn't even know you were being prepared to carry. The kind that clears your vision. The kind that restores your hope. The kind that silences every lie that once made you question your worth. You were never abandoned. You were being aligned. And now, the clarity is coming like lightning, unmistakable, undeniable, unshakable. You've waited in the silence. Now listen in the revelation. You remember those nights, don't you, child? The ones where your pillow was soaked with prayers that felt like they evaporated in the air. The mornings you woke up and wondered if it mattered that you prayed at all. The aching in your chest that pulsed without pause. The sense of divine distance that made you feel like you were walking through a storm without shelter. But here's the truth I've waited to whisper. I was never far. Not for a single breath. Not for a single heartbeat. Not for a single tear. I hovered so close you could have felt me, had the pain not numbed your senses. While you were asking, where are you? I was covering you from what would have hurt you. I was present in the pause. I was protecting you in the quiet. I wasn't absent, I was strategic. Because I saw what was forming inside you, a strength that cannot be taught, only transferred through fire. A resilience not born of easy days, but through the rigorous training of faith in the unseen. While you were questioning, I was crafting. While you were weeping, I was weaving the kind of anointing that doesn't break under pressure. I had to wait until you were deep enough, not desperate enough. Rooted. Unshakable. And now, my child, that strength is here. It's yours. You may not feel it, but you're walking in it. What used to take you down doesn't touch you the same. What once wrecked you now refines you. That's not coincidence. That's consequence of endurance. You didn't just survive. You matured. You didn't just hold on. You held still when stillness felt like death. And now I can entrust to you what I couldn't hand to many. This isn't favoritism. It's fulfillment. You've been tested in silence, so I can trust you in the spotlight. You've been forged in hiddenness, so I can crown you in clarity. What I'm releasing now is not cheap. He is not fast. He is not fragile. It's heavy. It's holy. It's heaven-timed and eternity-backed. I couldn't give it to someone who would crumble under the weight of it. I needed someone who had learned how to breathe without applause, how to worship without answers, how to serve without recognition. You, beloved, are that one. You didn't reach this place by accident. You arrived because you stayed when running would have made more sense. You are not fragile anymore. You are filled. And what I give next will rest upon you with the ease of obedience and the fire of fulfillment. Others may question how it all happened. Let them. What I've placed inside you wasn't meant to be understood by the crowd. It was meant to be carried by the called. And you, yes, you, are the one I've chosen for this exact moment. You once thought you were the forgotten one, but you are the forged one. And now the fullness begins. I say enough. Not because your tears offended me, but because they moved me. Not because your confusion displeased me, but because it reached me. Not because your ache was invisible, but because I was present in every pulse of it. My beloved, let me be crystal clear. I have seen every sob you swallowed so others wouldn't worry. I have counted each tear that slid down your cheek unnoticed in the stillness of night. I've traced your confusion with tenderness, so not judgment. I've sat in the quiet corners of your heart where words failed and groans took over. You thought no one could hear, but I did. Heaven has not been deaf. I've been eavesdropping on your heartbreak. And what I've heard has stirred me, not with distant sympathy but with fierce, divine intention. That's why I say enough. Not enough as in be quiet, but enough as in it ends here. The silence ends here. The inner dormant ends here. The pretending ends here. I say enough because I am drawing a divine boundary line in the spirit. What once whispered lies into your identity will whisper no more. What tormented your confidence with shadows of doubt will tremble now, because I'm standing up on your behalf. You've been faithful in the fog. You've worshipped while wounded. You've smiled while sinking. I watched the internal collapse that no one applauded you for surviving. But I knew what it cost you just to keep breathing. Others saw your strength, but I saw your surrender. I saw how you didn't lash out when you were misunderstood. I saw how you stayed silent instead of defending your name. And I, the Lord your God, say this moment is not just comfort. It is closure. I will not let you carry the burden of silence when your spirit has been begging for a word. So I declare, enough. Not just of the suffering, but of the self-blame. Not just of the tears, but of the torment. I am not just giving you a moment of peace. I'm giving you a mantle of restoration. The kind that wraps around your soul like a robe and whispers, you are safe now. You are seen now. You are not alone. Your ache was never invisible to me. It was sacred. It became the altar where my presence hovered. I didn't ignore you. I was incubating something holy in your pain. And now the shift has come. Heaven's courtroom has issued a decree, and I have signed it myself. The season of aching without answers ends now. Not because of your performance, but because I love you too much to let you stay there another day. I say enough. You thought you were being punished by postponement, but you were being protected by providence. My precious child, hear me clearly. Delay is not denial, and postponement is not punishment. What felt like doors refusing to open was actually my hand firmly holding the knob, not to keep you out, but to keep destruction from getting in. I could not let what was holy be placed into hands that weren't healed. And yes, that includes your own. You were begging me for fulfillment, but I saw that fragments of your past were still shaping your perception of the future. I had to wait, not because I was unkind, but because I was unwilling to deliver destiny into the hands of a heart still bleeding from yesterday. I am too invested in your wholeness to grant your wishes before you're ready to receive the weight of my will. If I had given you everything when you first asked, it would have been crushed under the weight of undeveloped wisdom. Child, I wasn't punishing you, I was protecting you from premature possession. I love you far too much to deliver on your prayers in a moment that could have cost you your peace, your purpose, and your purity. This delay, this divine delay, was laced with strategy. While you were calling it stagnation, I was calling it sanctification. You saw the slow moments as stillness, but I saw them as sacred surgery. I was cutting away the things that would have contaminated the blessing. The approval you begged for from people who never saw your worth. I had to remove them from your audience. The places you kept trying to return to, thinking they'd hold your promise. I had to close the doors so tightly, you'd finally stop knocking. What looked like me withholding was really me wielding a sword, severing you from attachments that didn't match your assignment. Delay is the language of divine wisdom, and I speak it fluently when I'm forming something eternal. You don't microwave masterpieces. You marinate them in mystery. And child, you are my masterpiece. I wasn't trying to frustrate you. I was fortifying you. And now, because you did not rush ahead, because you stayed even when it hurt, because you trusted me in the timeline no one understood, now I deliver. Not to the version of you that begged for validation, but to the version of you that bowed in surrender. The one who doesn't just want blessings but wants me. Beloved, what's coming next is so weighty, so sacred, so specific, it had to be delayed to be protected. And now, you are ready. Not because you figured it all out, but because your heart finally knows how to rest in mine. I'm not handing you fragile promises. I'm placing solid pillars in your hands, promises fortified by fire, soaked in silence, drenched in dependence. This is not a coincidence. This is compensation. I didn't delay because I was distracted. I delayed because I was designing something that couldn't be touched by counterfeit timing. And now, I say the hour has come. Your hands are no longer unready. Your spirit is no longer split. What was once too holy to handle is now prepared to be placed directly into your life. Watch what I do next. It will be heavy. It will be holy. It will be undeniably mine. You wondered if I was gone. You stared at the ceiling in the dark, asking questions you dared not voice aloud. Have you left me? Have you grown silent because I failed? Have I missed it? But child, I whisper not because I'm absent, but because I'm close. I speak softly when I want your heart to lean in. I don't shout over chaos. I call you into quiet, into communion, into the garden where your fears are silenced by my footsteps. While you thought you were waiting for me to speak, I was speaking in a language your soul was still learning to interpret. I whispered through restlessness, for the shift in seasons, for the people who exited and the doors that closed without warning. I whispered through delays you misread as denials. And now that your ears have been tuned by longing and your spirit trained by silence, I am uncovering what has always been echoing. This is not new. It is ancient, etched in the scrolls of eternity, prepared for such a time as this. And the moment has come for the whisper to become a wave, a flood of revelation that overtakes the space once occupied by uncertainty. You won't need to second-guess this one. My voice will break like dawn, slow at first but unstoppable. I was not withholding answers because you didn't pray hard enough. I was waiting until your heart could handle the weight of the truth. My whisper wasn't hiding. It was hovering over your decisions, over your direction, over your destiny. What I've been saying didn't need a microphone. It needed maturity. You see, child, my voice isn't just to be heard, it's to be carried. And had I spoken too soon, you would have mistaken my words as mere comfort instead of commission. But now, you're ready to hear and hold what I've hidden until this hour. I'm not whispering warnings. I'm whispering wonders, instructions, strategy, the blueprint for what comes next. These are not vague impressions or fragile hopes. These are keys, golden, heaven-crafted keys that unlock dimensions of promise you forgot you'd even asked for. The things you chalked up as dreams too big, desires too delayed, requests too radical. I wrote them down. I etched them into my eternal ledger. And now the vault opens. The whisper becomes a wind, and the wind will not miss you. It will carry you. It will carry the sound of my voice across every dry place in your life. And you will know, this was never silence. It was sacred setup. You've been pacing rooms and calling it worry. You've been waking in the night with a pulse that races, and you've labeled it panic. But what if I told you that what you're feeling isn't fear, it's fire? What if the stirring isn't stress, it's strategy? That unrest you can't seem to shake, that invisible weight on your chest, the deep, holy discontent that keeps pulling you inward and upward, that's not dysfunction. That's divine. That is me. I've been moving in your chest like a lion locked behind ribs. I've been pounding at the inside of your soul like thunder beneath still skies. Not to harm you, but to awaken you. You've asked for confirmation, for a word, for a sign, and I gave you one. Your own heartbeat out of rhythm with the world. You keep trying to calm something I never called you to silence. You keep trying to mitigate something I intended to magnify. This isn't anxiety, child. This is a holy alarm clock, and your spirit has heard the bell. You were never meant to settle there. Never meant to get comfortable in places I only intended to be passageways. You mistook restlessness as failure, but it's fuel. I've been stoking the fire of discontent inside you because what's coming next cannot be walked into asleep. I needed you wide awake, not half obedient, not lukewarm, not dulled by routine. I'm calling you higher, louder, deeper. The agitation isn't punishment. It's permission to dream again, to move again, to rest again. That inner churning that won't subside, that pull towards something you can't name, that ache for more, that is me provoking your purpose. You're feeling the friction of what is no longer fit to hold what I'm pouring into you. And so I shake, I stir, I unsettle, because stillness is dangerous when I'm calling you to move. And child, I'm calling. This isn't emotional. This is eternal. And the tension in your spirit isn't random. It's a sign you're stepping into a territory that hasn't seen your kind of obedience before. So stop naming it as fear. Start naming it as fire. That holy tension, that divine unrest, that spiritual rumbling in your soul, it's not here to torment you. It's here to transition you. You've graduated. You just didn't realize the ceremony happened in silence. And now I'm revealing the diploma in the form of divine agitation. You're not being punished. You're being positioned. And that uneasy stirring, it's not something to run from. It's something to lean into. It's your proof that I'm doing something too deep for language, too new for patterns, too real for denial. So stop fighting it. Feel it. Sit in it. Let it burn. Let it wake up every dream you buried, every vision you downgraded, every passion you put on pause. This is me. I am the fire in your chest, and I am not going out. I will keep stirring until you say yes. Not the casual yes, not the maybe later yes, but the full, immediate, undeniable yes. The one that shifts everything. Because what's coming next requires someone who can no longer ignore the holy fire and dares to step into the blaze. You've been squinting through fog for far too long. You've been walking by faith, yes, but even faith has cried out for focus. My child, I have watched you strain to see what was always yours, reaching for direction like hands groping in a dark room. But I tell you now, the veil is lifting. The curtain of confusion that wrapped around your mind like a damp cloak, it's coming off. I didn't put it there to punish you. I allowed it because there were things you needed to feel before you could understand them. There were truths you had to absorb with your heart before your eyes could behold them. But now, I declare the hour of clarity has come. No more wandering in emotional wilderness. No more decoding vague signs with a trembling heart. I am not sending riddles anymore. I'm sending revelation. This is not the season of subtle nudges. This is the hour when my clarity cuts through the chaos like lightning through the clouds. What once felt blurry will now burn with brilliance. You remember those moments where you asked, why can't I just see it clearly? Why does everything feel like I'm guessing? Those weren't wasted prayers. They were invitations for me to recalibrate your spirit's lens. And now, beloved, I have. The fog is lifting not just around you, but within you. I'm clearing not just your path, but your perception. This is what I've been preparing you for. Because clarity is not just about what's seen, it's about what's understood. I'm not just letting you glimpse the next step. I'm giving you the strategy to walk in it. You're going to see what's real, what's true, what's of me, and what was only distraction dressed as destiny. I'm removing the weight that wrapped around your soul like a noose, the mental clutter that made you second-guess even your most sacred moments. That heavy fog of emotional fatigue, spiritual frustration, and quiet doubt. I am sweeping it away with one divine exhale. My breath is clearing your field of vision. And child, when I clear something, I do it completely. You're going to notice it. The sudden sharpness in your discernment. The moments when peace returns like a long-lost friend. Ease of knowing, without overthinking. You won't have to strive to hear me anymore. I'm speaking in surround sound now, and my voice will echo in your decisions, your dreams, your direction. The veil was never meant to last forever. It was only a layer between who you thought you had to be and who I always knew you were. And now, the layers are peeling back. The shadows are stepping aside. And your eyes, spiritual, emotional, even relational, will begin to see with a precision you never thought possible. This is clarity, not chaos. Revelation, not rumor. This is what I meant when I said, you will know me when you seek me with all your heart. And now, because you sought me even in the fog, I answer you in fire. Let the scales fall. Let the veil tear. Let the light pour in. Child, I know how disoriented you felt. The roads you thought were straight suddenly curved. The plans you made so carefully began to unravel. And your heart, your beautiful, sincere, surrendered heart, began to wonder if maybe, just maybe, you missed the turn. But let me tell you the truth, you couldn't see through the twists and turns. You didn't lose your way. You were being rerouted by my hand. Rerouted, not rejected. Redirected, not removed. The detours weren't signs of failure, they were shields. I couldn't let you stay on a path that looked promising but would have drained your purpose. I rerouted you because I saw what you couldn't. I saw the traps hidden under the smooth pavement. I saw the shortcuts that led to setbacks. I saw the alliances that would have pulled you out of alignment. So I intervened. I rerouted your footsteps, not to confuse you, but to call you higher. And oh, how I wept with you when you thought you were lost. I saw how you blamed yourself, how you went back over every decision wondering where you went wrong. But hear me, you didn't go wrong. You went forward, in the direction I chose. You moved with incomplete maps because I was teaching you to follow my presence, not a plan. This is why things didn't go as expected. I will give you away from what with who, so I did give you what with God. I was drawing you from the familiar to the sacred. What you thought was a delay was actually a divine detour that led you to the intersection of intimacy and instruction. You weren't lost. You were led. Just not where you expected. And now you're standing on the brink of something higher, something weightier, wiser, more holy than you would have ever asked for. And that, child, is where I always intended you to be. Let this sink in. My rerouting was not a rejection of your effort. It was a reward for your obedience. Because you said yes even when you didn't have all the answers. Because you kept going when everything in you screamed to stop. I'm honoring that. I'm unveiling the why behind the wandering. I'm revealing the destination that only obedience could uncover. This next place I'm taking you, it's sacred ground. It's not crowded. It's not competitive. It's consecrated. You'll look back and realize that what you lost wasn't direction. It was distraction. And what I've been forming in the rerouting is not just a testimony. It's transformation. You won't just arrive somewhere. You will emerge as someone. Someone stronger. Someone wiser. Someone so deeply rooted in my will that nothing, absolutely nothing, can shake what I place in your hands next. So trust me now. The road wasn't wrong. It was righteous. And I've been waiting at the end of it, arms open, heart full, ready to show you what only heaven could navigate you toward. You were never behind. You were becoming. My beloved, I saw the days you questioned the timing. The nights you whispered into the void, did I miss it? Was that my chance? I saw the way your shoulders drooped under the weight of regret you were never meant to carry. And so today I step into your atmosphere with a trumpet blast from heaven, and I declare with finality, you did not miss your moment. Your moment was never a fleeting train you failed to catch. It was a sacred appointment written in eternity's ink, waiting for the maturity of your spirit to meet the timing of my will. I don't operate my clocks or calendars. I move in fullness, in readiness, in ripeness. And now, your ripening has come. You've been prepared in places no one could see, pressed in chambers no one understood, and now the oil of that pressing is ready to pour. The moment you feared was lost is actually being released in layers, not rushed, not random, but right on time. Not just a moment. A moment. You see, there are things that grow fast, and things that grow deep. Fast things break in the wind. Deep things survive storms. And you, my child, were never meant to be a quick bloom. You were destined to be an unshakable oak. I wasn't interested in giving you a fleeting glimpse of glory. I was invested in developing roots that run generations deep. I wasn't holding you back. I was holding you safe. I didn't delay you. I developed you. And now, what I formed in the quiet will thunder in the open. The very moments you thought were missed opportunities were actually misdiagnosed by weariness. They weren't missed. They were reserved. Like a table at the wedding feast with your name on it. I didn't give your seat away. I saved it until you were ready to sit in it with confidence, not compromise. With clarity, not confusion. With anointing, not anxiety. That's what this moment is about. I didn't skip you. I was sculpting you. And now, the sculptor unveils his masterpiece. Beloved, let me say it clearly. I am not trying to make it up to you. I am fulfilling what I never forgot. What I start, I finish. What I speak, I complete. What I promise, I deliver. Not partially, but perfectly. You were not bypassed. You were being built. And this moment, this exact unfolding, this divine motion set into your life, it is heaven's proof that maturity is never wasted. You are not late. You are in alignment. This is the moment when the stage of your silence becomes the platform of my glory. And the same God who stood with you when no one clapped will now reveal you in a way no one can deny. Because this isn't about performance. This is about presence. And my presence has been preparing you all along. Welcome to the moment you were always made for. It's not too late. It's right on time, because I am the timekeeper. Let me tell you what no one else dared to say. You were never being punished. That pain you carried so long, that ache in your chest that felt like holy abandonment, that season where everything was stripped. It wasn't punishment. It was pruning. And I only prune what I love. I only cut where fruit is coming. I only remove when I'm making room for more. You looked around and thought, what did I do wrong? But I was looking at you saying, you're finally ready for what's right. The loss wasn't wrath. The silence wasn't shame. It was strategy. I removed what was blocking your branches because I saw the weight of what's coming. I couldn't let immature fruit rot your future. So yes, I cut. But I cut with surgical precision, not with cruelty. I trimmed the relationships that tangled your growth. I severed the attachments that sapped your strength. I removed the things that were good, because I was preparing you for great. You felt the loss but didn't see the life it was making space for. You felt the removal, but didn't realize the roots were deepening in the dark. Pruning doesn't feel holy. It feels like heartbreak. But I don't prune to leave you bare. I prune so you can bear. Bear fruit in and out of season. Bear joy that isn't circumstantial. Bear strength that doesn't collapse under pressure. That's what the pain with preparing. You weren't being rejected. You were being refined. And I watched how you stayed even when you didn't understand. I saw you lift up your hands with tears in your eyes, praising me even as things were falling away. That was the sound of faith. That was a fragrance of surrender. And I treasured it. I marked it. I planted it like seed in the soil of eternity. And now the fruit is coming, the kind that multiplies, that nourishes others, that lasts. Hear me. I did not prune you to punish you. I prune you because I trusted you. Trust, not torment. Led me to that garden with you. I walked with you through the shears. I never handed you pain without purpose. And now, what you thought was barrenness is about to bloom. Not just in one area, but in every field of your life. I'm bringing fruit to your prayers, to your purpose, to your peace. I'm restoring everything that was trimmed with double, with depth, with durability. The fruit I'm producing in you can't be shaken by gossip, storms, or time. And this, my child, is just the beginning. You endured the pruning. Now prepare for the abundance. You gave me your brokenness. Now I give you beauty. You didn't die in the drought. And now I declare, the rain is coming. The branches will stretch. The harvest will overwhelm. And the very places you cried are about to blossom. You thought no meant rejection. But child, I was saying, not here, not now, not them. You see, where you saw denial, I was issuing divine direction. Every no I whispered over your desires wasn't me shutting you down. It was me steering you clear. Steering you from what would have looked good for a moment, but sabotaged your purpose in the long run. I said no, not because you weren't worthy of love, opportunity, favor, or recognition, but because I knew those particular doors would lead you where my glory wasn't waiting. And so, I blocked them. Some gently, some suddenly, some with tears you didn't understand, but none without purpose. My no was not a rejection of you. It was a protection of what I had placed within you. You carry something sacred, something rare, and I will not let your anointing be diluted by environments not fit to hold you. So yes, I shut some doors, and I didn't apologize for it, because the doors I close are just as holy as the ones I open. That goodbye that crushed your soul, that exit you didn't see coming, that person who left when you needed them most. Let me reveal what your tears couldn't see then. That was me. Yes, and child, that was me. I was behind the goodbye. I allowed the departure. I permitted the leaving. Not because you were unlovable, but because your destiny couldn't be anchored to their dysfunction. Some people couldn't stay because they were stunting what I was trying to grow in you. They would have mishandled the next season. They would have misread your worth. They would have confused your humility with weakness. So I let them walk. I let the connection crumble, not to punish you, but to protect what I was building. You did lose them. You released them, even if it didn't feel like a choice. Because I saw what you couldn't. I saw their ceiling, and I saw your calling. And I couldn't let their limitations become the lid on your promise. So I said no. And I didn't just whisper it. I enforced it. Even when it hurt. Even when it confused you. Even when you begged me to keep what I knew you had to outgrow. And now, if you listen closely, really listen, you will hear the quiet sound of divine redirection unfolding in your life. The no's have led you here. The closed doors have shaped your clarity. The goodbyes have become the gateway to glory. What you thought was the end was actually the clearing before construction. I needed space to build what I'm about to reveal. And now that the noise is gone, and the distractions have walked out, I'm giving you the yes your soul has been waiting for. The yes that doesn't confuse you. The yes that comes wrapped in peace, not performance. The yes that aligns with who you've become, not who you were trying to be for others. So don't mourn the doors that shut. Don't chase will walk away. Let the nos echo as altars of divine protection. And watch, beloved, watch how the rerouting leads straight into resurrection. You've just heard what I couldn't hold back any longer. And now I ask you, will you help me carry this word to others who are still waiting in the dark? I'm calling you to sow into this mission like one who understands the urgency of my voice. Your support is not a transaction. It is a torch. Every super thanks, every membership, every offering through the link below becomes oil for lamps in other hearts. Give, and it will be given to you. I declare over you now. Pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Luke 6:38. What you release from your hand, I multiply with my own. So rise now, child. Sow into the sound that woke something in you, and let me use your yes to spark freedom in another. Give now. I saw it. The decision no one clapped for. The moment you chose obedience over comfort, surrender over survival, stillness over self-preservation. I saw you, not just the version you showed the world, but the real you, the trembling you, the woe you, the one who gave when it meant going without, the one who poured out when you were already running on empty. And child, I was not blind to your sacrifice. Heaven didn't scroll past your offering. I leaned in. I hovered over that sacred exchange like fire on the altar. I marked it. You thought it went unnoticed. But every act of love, every seed of faith, every word you spoke in kindness while your own soul was aching, I recorded them all. They've risen like incense before me. I haven't just seen your strength. I've measured your surrender. And that, beloved, is what moves me most. Not the volume of your worship, but the cost of it. You stayed. Oh, how you stayed. While others ran at the first sign of resistance, you remained rooted in me. You didn't stay because it was easy. You stayed because something deeper than your emotions was anchoring your soul. That's what I'm honoring now. The staying. The enduring. The unseen battle you kept fighting when walking away would have been justified. You fought in silence. You chose me over escape. You chose faith over fear. And child, that choice has power. That choice has weight. I am not unjust to forget what you've done. I saw the moment you said, "Yes, Lord," with tears in your eyes and trembling in your chest. I saw when you stayed up late just to encourage someone else while your own heart bled. I saw how you walked into rooms where you weren't celebrated, just because I asked you to. I saw how you forgave when forgiveness felt like death. And I saw how you remained. And because you remained, you've entered the realm where rewards begin. Let me say this clearly. I don't reward perfection. I reward perseverance. I reward hearts that refuse to quit when quitting seems safer. I reward faithfulness in the fog, love in the silence, worship in a warfare. And now, because you gave from your pain, I will bless you with peace. Because you stayed through the fire, I will surround you with favor. This is not a random blessing. It is a response. Not earned, but honored. Not bargained for, but recognize. You gave with empty hands. I'm filling them now. You stayed when everything inside you wanted to run. I'm now sending you into rooms where the doors will not only open, they'll stay open. You thought your sacrifice was small, but in heaven's eyes, it was seismic. And now, the earth is responding. Watch, your child. What you gave in secret is returning in overflow. I need you to know this truth with unwavering certainty. You were never overlooked. You were not forgotten, misplaced, or bypassed. You were being watched, but not in the way you feared. I wasn't ignoring you. I was observing you with holy, unwavering attention. You were being studied, not scrutinized. Every step you took was seen through the lens of divine strategy. I saw the way you moved through rooms where your presence went unacknowledged. I saw the way you offered love in places where none was returned. I saw the way you showed up, faithfully, without applause or recognition. And in every single one of those moments, you were not alone. Heaven had its eyes on you, not casually but intentionally. You were in the center of my divine strategy. I was watching your character, your endurance, your integrity under pressure, not to judge, but to qualify, to confirm, to align. Because what I'm about to release in your life requires someone who can carry glory without craving the spotlight. You thought the silence meant I had turned away, but no, I had leaned in closer. While others praised the loud, I was drawn to your quiet faithfulness. While you mourned the absence of platforms, I was building a foundation under your feet. While you wondered why they didn't see your value, I was engraving it into the scrolls of destiny. Child, my favor is not earned through visibility. It is attracted by obedience. And you have obeyed in the shadows. You have served in the silence. You have built altars with your tears. You have stood when standing meant losing everything familiar. And now I say to you, you are not unseen. You are not second best. You are not a backup plan. You are the plan. You are the one I've been watching, with precision, with tenderness, with divine fire in my eyes. Your life is not a series of random events. It is a blueprint marked with sacred timing. And now, the blueprint is unfolding. Understand this, strategy doesn't always feel like progress. Sometimes it feels like delay. Sometimes it looks like hiding. But hiding isn't the absence of purpose. It's the protection of it. I hid you because what you carry could not be exposed too early. I shielded you because your calling is costly, and it had to be covered while it matured. Now, I'm lifting the veil. Now, I'm moving you from observation to elevation. You will see it. The sudden shifts, the divine alignments, the open doors that don't require knocking. Not because you chased them, but because they've been chasing you. Heaven is now putting its strategy on display. You were never overlooked. You were being reserved for this. And the reveal has begun. There were moments that tried to undo you completely. Storms that didn't just shake your outer world, but attempted to sever your inner core. Pain that went deeper than words, grief that gripped you without warning, betrayal that left fractures in places even you couldn't name. You walked through seasons so dark, so disorienting, that part of you wondered if you'd ever breathe easy again. You didn't just survive trials, you lived through near extinction of hope. But here's the miracle that stuns heaven. Your heart still beats with faith. Maybe not loud, maybe not confident, but even a whisper of belief from you moves me like thunder. Even your faintest "I still trust you" shatters hell's plans. That whisper, that soft, sacred sound of a soul refusing to go numb, it's why I'm speaking now. Because despite it all, you didn't let go. You didn't shut me out. You didn't stop looking for my light, even when it felt miles away. And child, that kind of faith, fragile but fierce, is enough to draw the fullness of my voice into your present moment. You see, survival doesn't always look like strength. Sometimes it looks like crawling, like crying out with a cracked voice, like standing when your legs won't stop shaking. But I counted every attempt you made to trust me in the dark. I counted the days you kept showing up even when everything inside you begged to quit. I watched you choose love over bitterness, forgiveness over vengeance, endurance over escape. And I wept with pride, because faith in comfort is easy, but faith in the fire, that's gold. And you, my child, have been refined. You didn't just survive. You transformed. You became a vessel that can carry weight without breaking. You became a warrior with worship in your wounds. You became one I can trust with what others ran from. And that is why I speak now. Because what I'm about to reveal isn't for the faint of heart. It's for the faithful. It's for the ones who chose me in the midnight hour. And you, yes, you, were that one. So here I am, speaking clearly. No riddles. No whispers. I am telling you everything because your faith has made room for full revelation. I'm showing you what I couldn't show when your heart was still bleeding. I'm handing you strategy that only surrender can unlock. And this, child, is just the beginning. You passed tests no one else knew you were taking. You carried crosses others didn't see. You wrestled angels in the dark and came out with a limp and a blessing. And now, I declare, the silence breaks. The heavens answer. The future opens. Not because you were perfect, but because you stayed. Because you whispered, I still believe. And I heard it. I heard every syllable. And now, I answer, in full voice. Your obedience is not gonna noticed. I have watched you say yes to me when everything around you said you should say no. You said yes when it cost you comfort. You said yes when you did have the full picture. You said yes when fear was louder than faith. I've seen how you stayed the course, not because it was easy, but because you trusted me even when my hand felt hidden. And I tell you now with fire in my voice and joy in my heart, your yes is about to multiply. Your small yes, whispered in the dark, offered through trembling hands, soaked in silent tears, has reached the throne room of heaven. It was never small to me. It was seismic. It shook realms. It activated angels. It wrote timelines. And now, I say, obedience is turning into overflow. You're stepping into the results of faithfulness you sowed long before anyone was watching. Child, I'm a rewarder. I don't just call, I compensate. I don't just invite, I invest. I never forget the field where you stayed loyal, even when the harvest was nowhere in sight. I watched how you worked the soil of your calling when no fruit seemed to come. I watched how you honored people who did not honor you back. How you forgave again and again, not because you had to, but because you chose me. And now I move, not in portions, not in hints, but in abundance. Not just in one area, but in all. This is what obedience unlocks. This is what your yes has positioned you for. I am breathing on every barren field. I am flooding every dry place. I am sending acceleration to what was stuck, alignment to what was scattered, and answers to where silence lived. This is not random. This is reward. This is what I do for those who have proven faithful when no one else knew they were fighting to stay. You must understand, you haven't just passed a test, you've opened a gate. And through that gate is the river. Overflow. Not chaos, but divine increase. I am blessing your mind with clarity, your hands with strategy, your relationships with healing, your finances with favor, and your spirit with a joy that is not dependent on circumstances. You gave me your yes when you had every excuse to say no. You chose me over shortcuts, over applause, over popularity, over convenience. And now I choose you for elevation, for expansion, for encounters that will mark you forever. The kind of overflow I'm sending won't just change your life. It will ripple into every life connected to you. People will ask how it happened. And you'll know. It was the yes. It was the yes that cost everything. It was the yes that birthed breakthrough. You were faithful with little, and now you will overflow with much. You had every right to be bitter, every reason to hold a grudge. What they did to you wasn't fair. The betrayal, the violation, the rejection, it left marks that no one else could see. But I saw how you sat with the pain and didn't let it poison you. I saw how you wrestled in prayer, not for vengeance, but for healing. I saw how you asked me to soften your heart when everything inside you wanted to harden. And beloved, What you must understand is this: heaven recorded it all. Not just the wounds, but the way you chose to heal. The way you chose to forgive when anger would have been easier. The way you blessed those who never said sorry. That kind of forgiveness is holy, is costly, it is divine, and it carries weight in the spirit realm. You didn't just let go, you let me move in. You didn't just survive, you sowed peace where pain tried to reign. And that has moved me more than you can imagine. You released people I was already removing. You forgave those who were never going to validate you. You didn't wait for closure, you created it with me. And that decision, it has cleared the way for restoration. I'm not just talking about emotional healing, I'm talking about supernatural return. You didn't know it at the time, but your forgiveness planted seeds in soil you could not yet see. Seeds of restoration, seeds of reconciliation, seeds of generational freedom. And now, those seeds are sprouting. Slowly at first, but soon, suddenly, the healing you gave out is coming back to you, multiplied. The tears you cried in surrender have become rain on the harvest you never thought would grow. I'm returning joy to your bones, laughter to your soul, peace to the places where chaos once screamed, because you made space for me when pain tried to take up residence. And now I say, you will feel the weight of divine vindication, not through revenge, not through proving anything, but through me lifting you in the very places where they tried to bury you. I will not only heal you, I will honor you. I will not only restore what was lost, I will reward what was given. The forgiveness that cost you everything will now yield everything. I saw what no one else did. I heard the prayers no one else knew you prayed. And I will answer. I will honor. I will send restoration that makes your heart gasp, not just in this life, but into eternity. You forgave what should have broken you, and now I build in you what cannot be broken. This is your reward, child. This is your healing. This is heaven's response to your holy release. You thought your worth fluctuated with your wins and losses, that my love rose and fell with your performance. But child, I never loved you for what you could do. I love you for who you are, and even more, for whose you are. I have never once evaluated your value based on your execution. I've always measured it by your nearness. And you, even when you were hurting, even when you were unsure, even when the shame screamed louder than my promises, you stayed close. You didn't run from me when it would have been easy. You didn't pretend when your heart was breaking. You brought me the raw, unpolished version of yourself, and that is what I have always desired. I don't need your perfection. I crave your presence. And beloved, your presence has been more powerful than you know. It has created an atmosphere for my glory to dwell. Your nearness has moved me. Not your flawless prayers, not your spiritual record. Your closeness, your reach, your trembling God, I'm still here. Others may have judged you for how well you held it all together, but I've been watching how often you collapsed at my feet instead. And that is worship. Real, raw, holy surrender. You were never trying to impress me. You were trying to stay connected. And I have honored every moment you chose communion over appearance. Every time you whispered my name in confusion. Every time you leaned into me with questions instead of closing your heart with pride. This is how I measure intimacy. Not by how polished your faith sounds, but by how persistent your faith remains when everything seems unclear. And you, my child, have remained. You've lingered. You've stayed. And I have leaned into that nearness with overwhelming affection. You may not have seen it, but I wrapped you in my presence in those secret moments. I bottled every tear. I translated every sigh. I saw you choosing to remain when leaving would have felt justified. And I say now, that nearness has built altars in heaven. This is not just sentiment. This is strategy. Because the ones who stay close are the ones I trust with the sacred. I don't give revelation to those who perform. I give it to those who pursue. And child, I am about to entrust you with things that are weighty, with insight that shifts nations, with presence that unlocks prison doors, with authority that only flows from those who know me intimately, not just intellectually. You've walked with me through valleys, and now I'm calling you into the mountain. You've stayed near in the drought, and now the river is coming. Because you stayed close, not loud, not perfect, but close, I now draw even closer. Expect encounters. Expect elevation. Expect clarity. And remember, you were never earning it. You were just walking with me. And for me, that has always been more than enough. People saw your fight. They saw the symptoms of your suffering, the tears you couldn't hide, the days you couldn't pretend, the tension that tugged at your every step. They might have seen the exhaustion but missed the endurance. They may have noticed the mess but missed the miracle happening inside you. But I saw everything. Not just the struggle. I saw the surrender. The sacred, hidden, radical act of letting go when it cost you everything. I saw you say, "Yes, Lord," when it would have been easier to shut down. I saw you surrender dreams, relationships, expectations, and control, not because you didn't care, but because you cared more about my will than your comfort. And that, beloved, is what I call holy. Not the outward perfection others reward, but the inward yes. The quiet bowing of your heart when no one clapped, no one celebrated, and no one noticed. But I did. I noticed. I was there. You must understand, surrender is the highest form of worship. And what you've offered me in your pain was a fragrance that filled the heavens. I didn't despise your broken offering. I received it with joy. I turned it into incense before the throne. Every moment you let me take the reins, even when your flesh wanted to resist, I was enthroned in that moment. Surrender doesn't mean weakness. It means wisdom. It means you trusted me more than you trusted yourself. And that kind of trust is what shifts atmospheres. That kind of obedience is what draws miracles. Your surrender has not only been seen, it has been celebrated in the courts of heaven. Angels marked the moment. Heaven took note. You've caught my attention in a way performance never could. Not because you had it all together, but because you gave it all, even the pieces. And now, I breathe on that surrender. I breathe on the ashes and call forth beauty. I breathe on the emptiness and speak multiplication. I breathe on the letting go and birth the new. Because surrender always opens the womb of the Spirit. And you are about to birth something heaven has been waiting for. Not manufactured, not controlled. Born of surrender. Born of stillness. Born of trust. This is not just about what you gave up. It's about what I'm about to give in return. You gave me your fight. I'm giving you freedom. You gave me your questions. I'm giving you clarity. You gave me your all. And now, I give you more than enough. Because what I see when I look at you is not failure. I see faith. I see the one who surrendered. And child, that surrender has changed everything. There were seasons when it felt like everything stalled. Like the promises hovered but never landed. Like time moved forward for everyone else, while you waited in invisible lines, holding faith in one hand and weariness in the other. I watched how your heart wrestled with the question you were almost too afraid to voice. Why is this taking so long? And now, child, I pull back the veil and answer. It was never delay as punishment. It was defense as strategy. I wasn't neglecting you. I was shielding you. I wasn't slow. I was sovereign. The no wasn't my silence. It was my sword, guarding you from what looked good but wasn't me. I saw what was coming down roads you couldn't see. I intercepted traps you didn't know were laid. I delayed doors that would have opened too soon and cracked under pressure. And in the time, I wasn't just keeping things from you. I was crafting things in you. In the pause, I planted resilience. In the waiting, I built wisdom. I didn't put your life on hold. I put you in a holding place, a safe space where I could refine, strengthen, and prepare you without the noise of premature platforms. You weren't benched. You were being built. Because the weight of what I've promised you requires a foundation that can't be shaken by storms or seduced by applause. I didn't just want you to arrive at your destiny. I wanted you to thrive in it. And thriving requires more than excitement. It requires endurance. You were learning how to lean, how to trust, how to hear my voice when everything else was quiet. You were being shaped for significance, and significance cannot be rushed. Do not mistake my pacing for punishment. I am never late. I am exact. And the defense I placed around you during that delay will become the very framework that carries your next level. Now, the time has shifted. What was once shielded is now being summoned. You will step into rooms that felt locked for years, not because the locks finally broke, but because you have become the key. You're not who you were when you first asked me. You've changed, and that change has unlocked access. This isn't just about answered prayer. It's about alignment. It's about maturity. It's about you stepping into spaces where the delay no longer stings because the defense now makes sense. Watch how quickly things begin to move. What once resisted you will now recognize you. Because the version of you I've been forming, strong, grounded, anointed, is now ready to run without collapse. This isn't the end of waiting. It's the reward of it. I didn't delay to frustrate you. I delayed to fortify you. And now, I release what was always yours, but now, you're ready to receive it. You've asked yourself, more than once, why has it been this hard? Why does it feel like I'm constantly fighting, constantly resisting, constantly pressed on every side? And I say to you now, child, with holy fire and unwavering authority, it's because of what you carry. Hell does not wage war against the empty. The attacks have been violent not because you're weak, but because you're pregnant with something powerful. You don't just have potential, you're housing purpose. You've been marked with divine weight. And the closer you come to birthing what I've placed inside you, the more warfare intensifies. The pressure isn't proof that you're off course. It's confirmation that you're right on time. The pain is not the sign of abandonment. It's the sound of contraction. You are expanding. You are advancing. And the enemy knows it. That's why he's been trying to suffocate your joy, paralyze your confidence, and distort your identity. Because he knows once you see who you are, once you step fully into your authority, it's over. But let me speak clearly. The warfare has not worn you out. It has woken you up. You are not breaking. You are being broken open. You are not being punished. You are being positioned. You're not just surviving hell's attacks. You are being trained to reverse them. You are becoming dangerous to darkness. And every sleepless night, every battle in your mind, every tear you cried that no one else saw, I saw it. And I am using it. Not 1 ounce of pain will be wasted. I'm weaving every war into your weapon. I'm taking the very things that tried to take you out and forging them into testimony. That anxiety that tried to break your breath, I'm turning it into authority over fear. That betrayal that shattered your trust, I'm turning it into discernment that cuts through deception. That depression that tried to silence your spirit, I'm turning it into a voice that awakens the dead. Nothing was random. Everything has been training. Not hear me. The enemy overplayed his hand. He underestimated your resilience. He didn't see that in breaking you, I was making you. He didn't realize that in attacking your mind, I was anchoring your soul. He tried to bury you, but I've raised you. And now, you're not just a survivor. You are a sent one. Sent into spaces to break cycles. Sent into families to shift legacies. Sent into atmospheres to carry glory. The battle didn't come to steal your promise, and came to confirm it. So don't shrink back now. Don't question your strength. Don't minimize what you carry. Hell is terrified of you, and it should be. Because what you're about to release has the power to set captives free. And child, the time has come. You're not fighting for breakthrough anymore. You are the breakthrough. Oh, how heavy shame can be, burying you in doubt, whispering lies in your ear that you are too broken, too flawed, too unworthy. But my beloved, through every shadow of guilt, through every lie that told you your scars disqualified you, you chose bravery. You showed up. You spoke up. You stepped forward, sometimes limping, sometimes trembling, always trembling, but you came. Not because you were healed, but because you believed even before the healing came. Courage doesn't wait for confidence. Courage rises in the dark. And every step you took while wrestling with shame echoed through eternity. Heaven watched as you confronted that lie, as you said, I refuse to hide. Heaven marked every moment of grit and whispered prayer. I saw how you covered your face in tears before slaying the lies with truth. I felt the shaking in your bones when you uttered, I am enough, even when your heart couldn't feel it. That bravery touched my throne. It forged a bridge between your brokenness and my restoration. You didn't wait until you felt strong enough to be brave. You chose boldness in the midst of trembling. And that, child, is the kind of faith that moves mountains, that folds destiny into your hands like a map revealing your calling. You must know, I don't call you holy because you have no stains. I call you holy because you choose me even when stained. Your bravery and shame is the purest worship. It humbles me to my core that you would show up when you thought you were undone. That is what heaven calls sacred courage. And now, I'm reshaping the narrative. What once felt like chains is becoming the crown. What once looked like weakness is becoming your witness. You thought shame was your prison, but I made it the pathway. And now, with gentle authority, I speak. Your courage has broken open the doors of redemption. You're not just returning to freedom, you're carrying liberty. Watch as heaven responds, not with condemnation, but with celebration. You fought shame, and you won. You've just walked through the fire of my heart. You felt the weight of truth I couldn't keep hidden. And now I invite you, carry it with me. When you sow into this message, through super thanks, membership, or PayPal, you're not giving to a screen, you're fueling a river of deliverance. You are placing oil on the voice that awakened your spirit, and manna in the hands of those still hungry for hope. Those who refresh others will themselves be refreshed. I declare over you now Proverbs 11:25. This is your moment to give as one marked by revelation, as one who knows what it feels like to be called out of silence. I've told you everything, now help me tell it to the world. Support this word now. You felt lost, adrift, disconnected, swallowed by the echoing void. You wondered if I had slipped away, You asked, God, where are you when I'm in this deep? But my beloved, listen closely. I have not lost you. I have waited. In your silence, I whisper. In your cries, I lean closer. Every tear you shed was echoed in heaven's chambers. Every breath you could bear was mirrored in my heart. I was never missing. You were never missing. I was simply making space for you to feel the depth of my presence beneath your brokenness. So when I revealed myself, it would be undeniable. Your cries were not distractions. I bent my ear to them. I held your whispers in my memory like precious jewels. I allowed your pain to pour into me, echoing in my heart, weaving into my plan. I didn't flee from your darkness. I became the light within it. I wasn't distant. I was drawing nearer. Because you don't need performance to engage my power. You need presence. And in your weakness, your broken cries created intimacy. God doesn't respond to polished prayers. He responds to broken hearts that still believe. This season has been more than suffering. It has been sacred preparation for the voice you are about to carry. Your pain was never pointless. Every tear was a seed of empathy, every sigh a vessel of grace. And now, because you cried, I speak. Because you were honest, I heal. Because you waited, I arrive. Let this be your anchor. You are never invisible. Your tear-streaked prayers are seen. Your silent wrestling is heard. Heaven doesn't measure your cries, it magnifies your courage. The echo of every tear is being answered with the sound of I am saying, child, you're not alone. I am with you. I have always been with you. And this moment, is where your story shifts. My child, those nights when your soul trembled, and you barely whispered, I can't anymore. You felt like you were drowning under your own weight. Sometimes it seemed like hope was an echo from a distant past, and trust felt more like an illusion than a lifeline. But here is the truth I need you to grasp with your trembling hands. The moment you surrendered was the moment I stepped in. While you thought your broken I can't would drown you, I heard it like a thread that led me directly to your heart. In that utterance of weakness, you didn't lose faith, you unlocked intimacy. You didn't fail, you invited me. And I came, not with reproach but with resonance. Your surrender wasn't a shutdown, it was a sacred opening. The brokenness you feared disqualified you, I used to qualify you for deeper strength. Because my strength is not perfect performance, it's supernatural presence in flawed places. I didn't rescue you from the ruin to leave you there. I rescued you to rebuild you. That I can't was your altar. It wasn't the end. It was a new beginning. You were trading futility for fellowship, exhaustion for an encounter. You turned off the striving, and I turned on the healing. You yielded your limit, and I poured in my limitless provision. What felt like defeat was actually the divine invitation to discover my power made perfect in your weakness. Count this, beloved. Every time you whispered I can't, I whispered back, I am with you. Not later, not eventually, right then. And that presence, that word, it didn't just come for you, it constructed you. I turned what you considered your death into your destiny. I wove my strength into your surrendered spirit until it became unstoppable. Not to denounce your frailty, but to ignite your faith. Now, that same divine strength that rose in your surrender is equipping you. You are not fragile. You are refined. You are not fading. You are a fire starter. Your testimony will not be about weakness that held you down, but about surrender that lifted you out. And the poignancy of your broken cry has become the platform of my power. Beloved, you've carried more seasons of heartache, more chapters of regret, than any one heart should bear. The ghosts of what was broken, the echoes of unfinished dreams, the scars that no one else could see. All these felt like constant reminders of failure. But I say with divine clarity, I am not merely healing your past, I am rewriting your legacy. You are not defined by what happened to you. You are being defined by what I do through you. The trauma, the betrayal, the grief, they are not your biography. They are only the beginning of your redemption story. Hear this. I don't just heal wounds. I repurpose them. I don't just restore what was lost. I bless it with meaning. Every tear you shed, every shattered prayer, every midnight you thought ended alone, those are the strokes on the canvas I'm transforming. You're not just recovering. You're rising. You're not just surviving. You're stepping into holy significance. The place that tried to break you is becoming holy ground. The battlefields of your past, they are now landmarks of my grace in you. And this is the legacy I'm writing, not one of pain endured, but purpose fulfilled. Imagine your life as the margins of Scripture in which I'm writing my masterpiece. Your past is not the author of your tomorrow. I am. You are a living testament that suffering doesn't consume you. It calibrates you. That loss doesn't define you. It designs you. That sorrow doesn't stop you. It sanctifies you. And now, your story is moving from fragments to fullness. From captivity to calling. From tragedy to triumph. The legacy I'm engraving in you will echo long after this moment. Through generations. Through families. Through spheres you can't yet imagine. Because your story doesn't just end well. It ends gloriously. And I wrote the ending, but I'm letting you live into it out loud. My beloved child, you offered your yes when no one stood beside you. You whispered your devotion in the dark, prayed when no candles burned, served when no one watched, and stayed when everyone else walked away. That secret yes wasn't small. It was sacred. I collected every quiet act of faith, every late-night prayer, every small sacrifice, and I brought them into the courts of heaven. I brought them from the hidden place into holy remembrance. What you thought was unnoticed has been cataloged, treasured, and queued for fulfillment. You didn't do it for applause. You didn't do it for recognition. You did it because your spirit bears a signature that cannot be erased by silence. And heaven sees that. Heaven honors that. And now, my voice emerges, turning silent surrender into visible victory. Those hidden instances of obedience, of trust, of worship that no one applauded, are about to echo back to you, louder than any external validation could ever sound. The quiet yes you offered when it cost you everything will now carry the weight of my presence into every room you enter. Understand this. Secret obedience is the bedrock of destiny. It's the lens through which God sees potential, not performance, character, not crowd reaction. And so, my beloved, your clandestine ministry in suffering, your hushed faith in waiting, your unheralded prayers, those are the keys I'm unlocking now. The hidden harvest is arriving. This is the moment where your private yes becomes a broadcast of heaven's fidelity. Doors that stayed closed because you weren't loud enough will now swing open because you're ready. Opportunities that evaded detection will spring into your path because your heart was pure. And the harvest of your hidden surrender will overflow, cause rivers to form, and drown the desert of anonymity that once held you down. Quiet obedience, beloved. They don't go unrewarded. Not by me. You might feel as though your journey requires a reset, that you're starting anew from a place of brokenness or delay. But let me correct your heart with divine clarity. You are not starting over. You are stepping in. Stepping into what I carefully preserved while you walked through seasons of waiting. While others thought your faith had vanished, I was keeping altar fires burning. While you questioned if the promise was real, I was safeguarding every seed I'd sown in you, waiting for the day your faith would align with my timing, not just your desperation. The waiting wasn't wasted, my beloved. It wasn't a pause. It was preparation. I nurtured the parts of your heart that needed maturity, grew the unseen parts of your character, and protected your calling from damage that premature activation would have guaranteed. I was not starting new threads. I was strengthening the divine threads I'd already woven. And now that trust has matured into readiness, you step into an assignment that was already yours, waiting for your release. You are not beginning. You are continuing. You are not rebooting. You are arriving. You are not creating something new out of fear. You are walking confidently into what I ordained, because you learned to trust in the dark. Feel this. The ground beneath your feet isn't empty. It's not blank. It's fertile. It's been charged by every tear, every step, every cry that said, I still believe. My preservation has been working while you were dormant to the world, but fully awake to me. And now, with divine momentum, I'm positioning you into the flow that's been molded just for your life. You're not starting over. You are stepping into the fullness of what was already prepared. What I preserved is not only functional, it is ordained, powerful, and overflow bound. So step in, beloved, with confidence, because you are not launching from scratch. You are continuing in the fullness of purpose preserved in my presence, now heralded by my power. My precious child, the hour is approaching when the kingdom will make itself visible in your life. I hear your longing for certainty, your whispered prayers for confirmation, those signposts that say, yes, this is from me. I am not neglecting your heart's cry. I am orchestrating a symphony that aligns your yes with my poetic yes. Expect signs that stir hope, confirmations that heal doubt, and doors that open suddenly, without warning, without explanation, because I am moving, even now, behind the scenes for your sake, for your calling, for the fullness of your purpose. But know this, above all the signs, confirmations, and doors, my presence is the crescendo of your faith journey. It is not just the wind that moves the sails, it is the one who whispers, come, that matters most. I will lead you with power, yes, so you can stand unwavering, and with tenderness, so you can walk intact. You will not be abandoned by my strength nor bruised by my ways. Where the world's power amplifies and consumes, mine restores and strengthens. When I say, here, it is not just geography, it is invitation. When I hold the door open, it is not just providence, it is promise. And when I whisper in your spirit, it is not a fade, it is the heartbeat of eternity reaching you. Let expectation rise in you, not as anxiety, but as anticipation anchored in my faithfulness. When the wind shifts, watch how I guide you effortlessly into alignment. Watch as options collapse before you, revealing the one path that bears your name. Watch how confusion clears at the sound of my voice. Yet, remember, if signs come, hold gently. If confirmations rise, rest deeply. If doors swing wide, step forward in humility. Because the most vital truth isn't in the miracle, it's in the one behind it. Trust me to guide you with both sovereignty and solace. This is my promise. I don't just intervene, I invite. I don't just initiate, I linger. And where signs fade, my presence remains, the power you need, and the hands that gently carry you through. Beloved, the stirring in your spirit is not error, it is invitation. That peculiar pull you've tried to quiet, that whisper that won't stop echoing in your soul, is not a malfunction. It is me, drawing you forward into your destiny. You may feel afraid. You may question, am I believing too much? Am I mistaken? Child, this is not confusion. This is a call, a summons from the heart of heaven into a realm that requires courage, clarity, and obedience. Do not shrink back. Do not silence what I'm stirring. Lean into the trembling. Lean into the longing. That sensation of being bigger than your circumstance. Allow it to shape your next steps. You are not crazy. You are being called. Called into fullness. Called into clarity. Called into the roles I've whispered into your spirit since your first breath. The anxiety of this moment is not a caution. It is a compression before expansion. Let your knees respond in readiness, not retreat. Let your mouth speak my mystery, not your fear. I did not stir you for you to shrink. I stirred you for your release. This isn't a temptation of ego. It's the sacred invitation of assignment. And heaven trembles, not because you are shaky, but because you are significant. This call will not only shape your story, it will shift the atmosphere around you. You may step into rooms where your arrival makes people stand up. You may walk into relationships redefined by healing and honor. You may step onto platforms not built by your ambition, but prepared by my sovereign hand. Don't doubt the stirring. Don't hush the signal. You are not misaligned. You are realigned. You are not imagining it. You are imbued with it. So step forward, beloved. Boldly. Not because you're flawless, but because you've been formed. Not because you're sure, but because you're seeking. I haven't called you to comfort, but to calling. And destination is already whispering your name. My beloved, every hidden deed you performed, even when no eyes witnessed and no commendations came, reached my ears as a fragrant offering. That quiet yes, spoken in moments when the world had turned its back, stands before my throne now. You didn't wed your faith to the spotlight. You stayed faithful in the silence, offering unwavering surrender from a place of true devotion. Heaven has not forgotten that sacred quietness of your obedience. I remember how you whispered prayers without sound, loved without applause, and trusted me when everything in you screamed to flee. I want you to understand this. What the world overlooked, heaven overlooks not. These small acts of trust, a willingness to keep believing when belief didn't seem logical, are etched into eternity's ledger. They have weight. And now, I say, be ready for fulfillment so loud that the faithful will finally hear. Your private faithfulness becomes the stage for a public fruit. That yes which seemed insignificant planted seeds in the soil of my promise. And now, I am releasing the harvest. There is a shift coming, one not founded on performance, but on presence. That quiet surrender, performed in darkness, will blaze in daylight. You will speak, and destinies will bend. Doors that you couldn't wait for will swing wide open at your entrance, not because you chased them, but because my favor chases you. You served, obeyed, and worshipped in solitude. I am honoring that. I'm aligning resources, relationships, revelations to converge on your path. Remember, this isn't about flesh or fame. This is about fulfillment. Everything I held back isn't held back anymore. You're not moving from nothing to something. You're stepping into what has always been assembled around you by my hand, all in answer to your quiet trust. In the echo of your secret yes, I am making an expanse of glory. It's time for hidden surrender to become heralded testimony. Beloved, you asked me countless times, why did this break me? You carried that question in the shadow of every scar, in the weight of every unanswered why. No wound was wasted, no tear unobserved. But now, I'm doing more than applying healing balm. I'm unveiling meaning inside what once brought chaos. Your hurt was not random. It was the crucible in which purpose was forged. You stood in ruins, believing the collapse meant your end. But I took those broken pieces and began weaving them into something divine. I solved the pattern that pain masked, but I never lost sight of my design. Every fracture aligned you with empathy. Every failure rendered you tender. Every loss refined your dependency on me. I am not just stitching your wounds. I am crafting a tapestry. You will see how the very things you wished you hadn't endured become the foundation for your future. I will write meaning in every margin that once felt marginless, purpose in places that felt purposeless. The mess becomes my masterpiece. Do not rush to the ending without leaning into the meaning. You're not just healed, you're heir to your own history. What you once viewed as a blemish will now be a beacon. At heartbreak, it's become the depth from which compassion flows. Those seasons of confusion, they are now the terrain of revelation. I am revealing not only that there was a reason, there was a Redeemer hidden inside. And it wasn't to abandon you to grief, but to prepare you for glory. You may have gathered broken fragments of your faith. Now, I'm gathering those fragments and restoring what's meant to last forever. What once looked like a mess is, in my hands, turning into a message that generations will read as testimony of grace. I'm sweeping away pain, yes, but more than that, I'm consecrating it. Because in that realignment of sorrow to significance, you become the story. And the world that once crushed you will now contend for your legacy. My child, pause and feel the sacred air of this moment. Look back, not to relive your pain, but to realize how far we've come. You have been through fires that should have consumed you, storms that could have drowned you, deserts that should have withered your soul. And yet, you are still here. Not because you were strong, but because I carried you. Not because you always believe it, but because I never let go. And now, as you stand on the threshold of what's next, the lie tries to whisper again. What if it all falls apart? But hear me now, with all the fire of my love and all the strength of my promise. I did not bring you this far to leave you now. What's ahead is not a step into more struggle. It is a step into more of me. You're not being abandoned. You're being advanced. The land I am placing before you is richer than you've dared to imagine. The glory I'm releasing in your life is heavier than any past weight you've carried. This next chapter is not merely continuation. It is elevation. I am bringing you into deeper fulfillment, into wider influence, into richer intimacy. You are not being recycled. You are being revealed. Everything you thought disqualified you has only made you more ready for the mantle that now rests upon you. The season of hiding has ended. The hour of unveiling begins. You not shrink before the bigness of what I'm doing. You don't need to figure it all out. You need only to follow my steps. I'm already ahead of you, clearing the road, parting the seas, filling the wells. This time, it won't be by might. It won't be by striving. It will be by my spirit, flowing like a flood through every dry place. You will taste the fruit of years you thought were wasted. You will walk on ground that once felt unreachable. And you will know, beyond all doubt, that I, the Lord your God, am faithful. You have endured much. You have trusted deep. Now, child, lift your eyes. What's ahead is greater, and it begins now. Let me make this plain. You didn't just read words, you responded to a divine summons. These weren't just phrases from the sky. They were scrolls unrolled by heaven and placed directly into your heart. You didn't stumble into this message. You were led. And in receiving this, you ignited something in the unseen realm. This isn't just revelation. It's activation. You've moved from waiting for change to becoming the change. You said yes, and heaven heard it. And now, that yes has turned into fire in your bones. This fire won't fizzle out. It will spread. Through your words, through your walk, through your witness. Your yes was not just personal, it was prophetic. You are part of something bigger than your own breakthrough. You are a bridge. You are the one who shifts generations. What you carry now is sacred. It is weighty. And that yes, it did more than open your heart. It unlocked doors in heaven. It triggered movement in angelic realms. It rewrote timelines of delay. And now, wherever you go, the atmosphere will sense it. Demons will back up. Walls will fall. Seeds will sprout. Because you carry not just truth, you carry encounter. So let me seal this. This message will not fade. It will burn. It will resurface in the quiet, thunder in the silence, speak in the stillness. Because this isn't just another message. It is a mantle. It is a movement. And it started with your yes. This isn't just the end of a message, it's the birth of a movement. You felt it. You received it. Now I call you to fuel it. Every offering through super thanks, membership, or PayPal becomes a seed in prophetic soil, spreading light to the lonely, manna to the desperate, and fire to the fading. You are not giving into emptiness. You are watering a vineyard of destiny. Bring the whole tithe and see if I will not throw open the floodgates of heaven. I say to you now, Malachi 3:10. You are standing in a divine moment. This is sacred ground. Don't just be touched. Be part of what I'm building. Give now. Release it into my hands. And as you release, feel my heart for you in this moment. My child, listen to me. Stop for a moment, whatever you are doing, and just hear my voice. I can't wait any longer. I have been watching you, and I can no longer stand by while you wander through your days believing you are anything less than completely and utterly cherished. I see you. I see you at your job, pouring your energy into your work, wondering if anyone truly sees the effort or the value you bring. I see that knot in your stomach when you think about the future, the rising cost of living, the uncertainty that screams at you from the news. I am with you in the quiet, unspoken tension that sometimes fills your home, where you smile to keep the peace, but your heart feels the distance. I see you late at night, when the house is still, and you are left alone with your thoughts, replaying mistakes, questioning your decisions, and feeling that old, familiar ache of being overlooked. It is because I see all of this that I must speak. The appointed time has come. Today, right now, I am pulling back the curtain that separates the world you see with your eyes from the reality I command with my words. My heart aches with truths you have yet to grasp, truths that have the power to dismantle every fear and every insecurity you carry. The whispers of the enemy have grown so loud in your world, haven't they? They are cunning. They don't always shout, sometimes they sound like your own voice of reason. They tell you, you're not doing enough. You should be further along by now. Look at everyone else. They have it all figured out. They remind you of that moment you failed, that word you wish you could take back, that opportunity you missed. They want to keep you small, paralyzed by regret and fear. But today my voice will be the thunder that silences them. Let my words wash over you and cleanse you of those lies. I am telling you, the narrative you have believed about your life is about to be rewritten. I am preparing you for a new season, a significant shift in your circumstances and in your spirit. But you cannot walk into this new season on the shaky ground of old lies. The knowledge I am giving you now is your essential foundation. It is the concrete slab upon which your future will be built, a future of strength, purpose, and unshakable peace. You must understand the truth of who I am, and the truth of who you are in me. This is not a casual conversation. It is a divine appointment. The sheer intensity of my love for you demands this moment of absolute, unfiltered clarity. I cannot bear to see my beloved child living as an orphan, fighting for scraps of approval, when I have prepared a royal feast for you. Open your heart now. Let go of what you think you know, and let me tell you everything. I need to be perfectly clear about something, because it is the foundation for everything else I am telling you. For your entire life, you have been taught a lie. You have learned that love is something you must earn. At school, you earned approval with good grades. At work, you earn your paycheck with your performance. Even in friendships and relationships, you have felt the quiet pressure to be interesting enough, fun enough, or strong enough to keep people around. You have lived on a treadmill of performance, believing that your value is tied to what you do. And now, listen to me. My love for you has absolutely nothing to do with your performance. It is not a reward for your good days, and it is not withdrawn on your bad days. My love is the very reason you exist. It is the soil from which you were grown, the air you were meant to breathe. Before your mother and father ever knew you existed, I knew you. Before your lungs took their first gasp of air, my love was the atmosphere surrounding you. I want you to truly understand this. I did not begin loving you on the day you first believed in me. I did not wait to see if you would turn out well. I love you completely, without reservation, from a place beyond time. You carry a secret fear deep within you, a fear that one day you will make a mistake so great, a stumble so public, that I will finally have enough and turn my face from you. You fear that my patience has a limit. Let my voice shatter that fear right now. There is no act you can commit that would make me turn away. There is no darkness you could fall into that is deeper than my love. You could run to the farthest corners of the earth, and my love would already be there waiting for you. It is the most resilient, most powerful, most relentless force in the universe. And I do not just love you, I delight in you. You look in the mirror, and you see your flaws. You see the signs of aging, the scars from your past, the things you wish you could change. When I look at you, I see a unique reflection of my own image that no other person, no angel, no star in the sky can replicate. The specific way you show compassion, the way your mind works through a problem, even the sound of your laugh, these are unique facets of my own creative joy. To despise yourself is to find fault with my masterpiece. My love for you is not a fleeting emotion like the ones you experience. Worldly love can be hot one day and cold the next. My love is not a feeling I have. It is the very essence of my being toward you. It is the foundational law of the universe. I chose you. This was not a random selection. I looked across all of eternity, past and future, and I saw you, and I said, that one is mine. Your very existence is the result of a specific, purposeful, and eternal choice I made. Let that truth dismantle the lie that you must strive to be loved. You are not striving for love. You are standing in it. Now I want to take you deeper. Your story does not begin on the day you were born. That was simply when your spirit was given a body and a place in time. Your true origin story, my child, begins with me, before time itself. I need you to try and grasp this, though your mind will find it difficult. Before I spoke the stars into existence, before light had a name, before the first mountain was formed, you existed. You were not a physical being, but you were a thought of pure joy within my mind. When I considered you, my heart was filled with a father's love and anticipation. You were not an afterthought. You were part of the original design. This is not just a pretty poem. It is the ultimate reality. In my book, Where All Things Are Written, I knew your name. I foresaw every single one of your days before you lived even one of them. I saw the day you would take your first step. I saw the day you would feel your first heartbreak. I see you right now, in this very moment, listening to my words, and I saw this moment from the beginning of all things. None of your struggles have taken me by surprise. Your life, with all its twists and turns, is a story I have always known. You search for your purpose in this world, thinking it is a career to find or a status to achieve. My beloved, your truest purpose was assigned to you in the heavenly realms long before you knew what a job was. Your primary purpose was relationship with me. You were created for holiness, which is simply the state of being close to me, walking with me in perfect harmony. And I planned for you specifically. The talents that you have, those abilities that feel so natural to you, whether it is your knack for organizing things, your deep empathy for others, your creative spirit, or your unshakable strength in a crisis, these were not accidents. I personally wove those gifts into the fabric of your soul. They are the divine tools I gave you for the unique work I designed for you to walk in. Perhaps your entry into this world was not easy. Perhaps you were not planned by your parents. Perhaps you have always felt like an outsider, an accident. Let me speak this truth directly into that wound. You were never, ever an accident to me. Your conception may have been a surprise to the world, but it was an appointment in my eternal calendar. Your life is not a product of earthly chance, but the result of a deliberate plan of eternal love. And from that very beginning, I did not see you through the lens of the mistakes you would one day make. I have always seen you through the perfection of my Son, Jesus. Before you ever stumbled, I saw you redeemed. Before you were ever broken, I saw you whole. Before you ever felt shame, I saw you clothed in righteousness, standing complete and glorified in my presence. This is who you have always been. This is your true identity, the one I have held safe for you from before the foundation of the world. For so long, you have walked through life feeling like you were navigating in the dark, reacting to events as they happen, often feeling lost and powerless. But today, I am lifting the veil from your eyes. I am showing you that your life has never been a series of random events. Think back, my child. Remember that time you narrowly avoided an accident. You called it luck. That was my hand. Remember that person who said the exact thing you needed to hear, at the exact moment you needed to hear it. You called it a coincidence. That was my voice, speaking through another. Remember that job you were so devastated you didn't get, only to see a much better door open a year later. You thought it was a painful rejection. It was my divine redirection. For your entire life, I have been guiding your steps, ranging circumstances, and protecting you in ways you could never have seen. I was there in the joy, and I was there in the pain, orchestrating all things for an ultimate good that you are only now beginning to understand. I am also lifting the veil on the true meaning behind your circumstances. You see your daily life as a set of natural challenges, but I want you to see with spiritual eyes. That constant financial pressure you feel, it is not just about the economy. In the spiritual realm, it is an attack designed to make you doubt my promise to be your provider. That recurring conflict you have with a loved one, it is more than a clash of personalities. It is an enemy's strategy to sow bitterness and division, to steal the peace and unity I designed for your family. The anxieties that swirl in your mind are not just random worries. They are fiery darts of fear aimed at your heart. By showing you this, I am not trying to scare you. I am empowering you. You can't fight an enemy you don't see. I am exposing his tactics so that you can stop wrestling with the symptoms, the anxiety, the strife, the lack, and start addressing the root spiritual causes with the authority I have given you. This is why your insecurities have had such a hold on you. They are built on a foundation of lies. Why do you fear being rejected? It is because the enemy whispered to you, long ago, that your worth is determined by the approval of others. Why do you doubt your own abilities? Because he lied and told you that you are inadequate. I am now revealing these lies for what they are, nothing but shadows. They have no substance, no power, except the power you give them. I am giving you a glimpse into the glorious hope to which you have been called, a guaranteed future that is more real than your present troubles. When you begin to see the world not just as it appears, but as it truly is in the spiritual realm, everything changes. You stop being a victim of your circumstances and start becoming a victor who walks in my truth. The enemy's playbook has been opened for you. Now, let's learn how to use that knowledge. I know this is perhaps the hardest truth to accept, because it touches the deepest parts of your pain. There have been seasons in your life, long seasons where you have cried out to me, and the only response you heard was a deafening silence. You prayed, you begged, you bargained. You looked for a sign, any sign, that I was listening. And when nothing happened, your heart began to believe the most painful lie of all, that I had forgotten you, that I did not care, or that I was angry with you. My precious child, I need you to lean in and hear this with every fiber of your being. Those moments of silence were not my absence. They were some of the most active and intense periods of my work in your life. You could not see it, you could not feel it, but I was there, closer than your own heartbeat, working profoundly on your behalf. What you mistook for silence was a sacred furnace. You see, a faith that is only strong when everything is going well is not a strong faith at all. In your seasons of quiet desperation, when every human support had failed you and all you had left with a fragile memory of my promise, I was there, forging a resilient faith within you. I was burning away your dependency on feelings and circumstances and creating a faith made of steel, a faith that could withstand any storm because it was rooted in my character, not in your comfort. What you perceived as my inaction was, in fact, my intricate and patient orchestration. While you were crying over a door I had allowed to close, I was already arranging for a better one to open down the road. While you felt agonizingly stuck, I was moving pieces on the board of your life that you could not see, preparing people and opportunities for a future you couldn't yet imagine. Your prayers were never unheard. In fact, they were the very tools I was using to reshape your heart. You prayed for me to take away your struggle, but I used the struggle to answer a deeper prayer you didn't even know you were praying, the prayer for more of me. You asked for strength, so I allowed you to become weak so you would discover that I am your only true source of strength. You asked for peace, so I allowed chaos to rage around you until you learned to find your peace in me alone, not in the absence of storms. My child, the silence was a classroom. In it, I was weaning you off of a dependency on my provision so you could learn to trust my presence. It is easy to love me for the gifts I give. The silence taught you to love me for who I am. I was dismantling your self-reliance, brick by brick, because I knew it was a prison. And in that silence, I was protecting you from answers you were not yet mature enough to handle, protecting you from dangers you never saw. My silence was not abandonment. It was my deep, strategic, and perfect love at work. My child, pause. I feel your spirit beginning to grasp these truths, but the foundation is only just laid. It would grieve my heart deeply if you were to walk away now, with the work only partially done. You have just begun to see with new eyes. But I have so much more to show you. Do not leave me in the middle of this sacred conversation. Stay, for the truth about your identity is still to come. All your life, you have tried to build your identity on shifting sand. You have tried to find it in your job title, in your relationships, in your successes, in your appearance, or in what other people say about you. You wake up each day and put on these labels like clothing. Today, you might wear the label successful employee. Tomorrow, you might wear the label struggling parent. On a bad day, you might pick up the label failure or disappointment. I am here now to tell you to take all of those labels off. Every single one. They are temporary, they are flimsy, and they are false. They do not define you. Let me tell you who you are. Your identity is not built on what you do, but on whose you are. And you are mine. That is the beginning and the end of the matter. You are defined by my choice of you, a choice I made in love before the world began, and the choice is irrevocable. Therefore, this is your true nature. You are royalty. You may feel ordinary, just trying to pay the bills and get through the week, but your spiritual passport says you are a son, a daughter of the King of Kings. This is not just a nice thought to make you feel better. It is your legal standing in the universe. It means you have a divine inheritance. It means you have access to my resources. It means when you speak in faith, you do not speak as a beggar, but as a child of the house who knows their father owns everything. Start thinking like royalty. Start walking with the quiet confidence of one who knows they are loved and backed by the Creator of all things. Furthermore, you are a vessel of my glory. You have wondered about your purpose. Here it is in the simplest terms. You were created to be a container. My intention is to fill you with my own life, my love, joy, peace, patience, and kindness, so that it shines through you. Imagine a simple clay jar, unremarkable on its own. But when it is filled with a brilliant light, its purpose is not to draw attention to itself, but to illuminate the room. Your life is meant to illuminate the darkness around you, to give people who are lost a glimpse of who I am. You are also my masterpiece, a living poem that I am writing. Every experience, good and bad, is a word or a line in this poem. Do not hate the difficult stanzas, for they often contain the deepest meaning. The process is long, but the final work will be breathtaking. Finally, know this: when I look at you, I do not see the sum of your mistakes. Because of the sacrifice of my Son, I see only His perfection. You are righteous in my sight. And because of this, your true home is not here. You are a citizen of heaven. This broken world will never feel completely right, because your spirit yearns for home, for my eternal presence. This is your true identity. It is unchanging, unshakable, and eternal. It is time you started living in it. My child, you have spent so much of your life on a frantic search looking for your purpose. You have been taught by the world that your purpose is a job you must find, a title you must earn, a level of success you must achieve. You felt a constant, low-grade anxiety that you might be missing it, that you're on the wrong path, or that you haven't made a big enough mark on the world. This striving has exhausted you. Now, I want you to breathe, and let me simplify everything for you. Let me tell you the purpose I wove into your soul before you ever worried about a career. Your highest, greatest, and most profound purpose is not something you do, but something you are. Your ultimate purpose is to be in a relationship with me. It is simply to be my child. Before you were an employee, a spouse, a parent, or a citizen, you were mine. Your first and most important task each day is not to accomplish a list of things, but to simply walk with me, talk with me, and allow me to love you. You were created with a deep, hollow space within your spirit, a space that has a specific shape, the shape of me. You have tried to fill it with other things, with the approval of people, with material possessions, with achievements, with relationships, and you have found that none of them truly fit. They are like trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. They may fill the space for a moment, but the ache of emptiness always returns. Your primary purpose, my child, is to let me fill that space. It is to open your hands and heart and simply receive the unending, unconditional love that I am pouring out for you at all times. And then, as a natural, unforced response to being so completely loved, your purpose is to love me back. Not through grand, religious gestures, but with a simple, honest trust of your heart. When you are filled with anxiety about the future, and you whisper, "I trust you, Father," you are living in your highest purpose. When you look at your children while they sleep and feel a surge of gratitude, you are living in your purpose. This relationship is the core of your entire existence. Now, from that secure place of being loved, your actions find their true meaning. I have, indeed, prepared specific good works for you to walk in, but they are probably not what you think. The good work I have for you today may not be to start a global ministry. It may be to show extraordinary patience to that difficult coworker who tests you every day. It may be to put down your phone and give your full, undivided attention to a family member who is hurting. It may be the good work of forgiving someone who doesn't deserve it. It may be the good work of resting when your body is telling you it needs to stop. Do not mistake these for small things. They are the sacred assignments for your day, and in doing them, you are a co-laborer with me. Your life story, with all its pain, all its joy, all its failures, and all of my redemption, is one of your most powerful tools. It is your testimony, and your purpose is to share it, not by preaching from a stage, but by living a life so transformed by my love that people ask you for the reason for your hope. In doing this, you become what you were always meant to be, a minister of reconciliation, showing a broken world that healing and wholeness are possible. And here is the secret you have been searching for. In fulfilling this purpose, you will find your own deepest fulfillment. The joy you seek is a byproduct of bringing me glory, and you bring me glory by simply living as the child I created you to be. I need you to understand something crucial about the world you live in. Your struggles are not as simple as they appear on the surface. That sudden wave of hopelessness that washed over you this week, that explosive argument you had with a loved one that seemed to come out of nowhere, that persistent, nagging temptation that you can't seem to shake. You have been treating these as emotional problems, psychological issues, or simple stress. But you are fighting the wrong battle. Listen to me. Your real struggle is not against flesh and blood. It is not against your boss, your spouse, your neighbor, or your own body. You are in a spiritual battle, wrestling against unseen forces of darkness whose entire goal is to disrupt your peace, derail your purpose, and destroy your faith. Acknowledging this does not make you weak. It makes you wise. You can't win a war if you do not know you are in one. This battle is being fought on three primary fronts: your heart, your mind, and your worship. First, the enemy attacks your heart. He wants to plant seeds of bitterness, offense, and unforgiveness. He knows that if he can make your heart hard, he can cut you off from the flow of my love and grace. Second, he attacks your mind. He wants your mind to be a chaotic storm of anxiety, fear, confusion, and lies. He will bombard you with what-if scenarios. He will replay your past failures on a loop. He knows that if he can control your thoughts, he can control your emotions and, ultimately, your destiny. And the third and greatest prize he fights for is your worship. He does not care if you believe I exist, as long as you give your primary attention, your ultimate allegiance, and your deepest devotion to something else. He wants you to worship your career, your money, your reputation, your relationships, or even your pain. Anything to divert your worship from me, your one true source. His primary weapon in this war is not raw power. It is deception. He is the father of lies. His entire strategy is to lie to you about who I am and to lie to you about who you are. He will whisper, God is disappointed in you. He's holding out on you. His promises aren't really for you. Then he will turn and whisper, you are a failure. You are insignificant. Your mistakes have disqualified you. You will never change. If he can get you to believe even one of these lies, he gains a foothold. But I have not left you defenseless. I have given you spiritual armor, and I expect you to put it on every single day. The belt of truth, holding firmly to what I have told you. The breastplate of righteousness, knowing your right standing with me is based on my Son, not your actions. The shield of faith, your active trust in my goodness, which extinguishes every lie he hurls at you. The helmet of salvation, the secure, unshakable knowledge of your eternal destiny. And the sword of the Spirit, which is my word spoken out of your mouth. When fear attacks, you must speak my promises aloud. This is not positive thinking, this is spiritual warfare. And you must understand that you are not fighting for a victory that is in doubt. You are fighting from a position of a victory that has already been won at the cross. The war is over. Your part is to stand firm, enforce the victory that is already yours, and refuse to give up any ground. My child, let's talk about that book that sits on your shelf, the Bible. For too long, you have seen it as a chore, a history book, or a confusing collection of rules. You have felt guilty for not reading it more, but you have also felt intimidated by it. Today, I want to change how you see it forever. That book is not a dead letter. It is a living document. It is my love letter to humanity, penned over centuries, but its message is intensely personal and alive for you this very moment. It is one of the primary ways I speak to you, guide you, and reveal my heart to you. When you open its pages, you are not just reading, you are opening a direct line of communication with me. Within its stories, you hold the keys to understanding your own life. When you read about Jacob wrestling with me, you see your own struggles of faith. When you read the Psalms of David crying out in the darkness, you hear the echo of your own pain and find permission to be honest with me. When you read about the woman who was healed by touching the hem of my son's garment, you discover the power of desperate, active faith. This book is a mirror to your own soul and a window into my heart. The promises I made to the men and women in its pages are not expired. I am the same yesterday, today, and forever. The promise to be a shield for Abraham is my promise to be your shield today when you feel attacked. The promise to give wisdom to Solomon is my promise to give you wisdom when you feel confused and don't know which way to turn. The promise of peace that passes understanding that I gave through Paul is the same peace that is available to you right now in the midst of your chaos. You must stop reading it like a spectator watching someone else's story. You are an heir to every promise in it. You are reading the terms of your own divine inheritance. And you are not left to figure it out on your own. You cannot grasp its deepest truths with your intellect alone. That is why I have given you a personal tutor, the Holy Spirit who lives inside of you. He is the one who inspired the words to be written, and He is the one who now illuminates them for you. You can read a passage 10 times and miss its meaning, And then on the 11th time, a verse will suddenly seem to leap off the page in radiant, three-dimensional light, speaking directly into the core of your current situation. That is the Spirit, making my written word a living, breathing, transformative word in your heart. And know this: every story, every law, every prophecy, every poem, they are all roads that lead to one destination. They all point to one person, my Son, Jesus. He is the central hero of the entire book. The Old Testament prepares the way for him. The Gospels reveal him. And the rest of the New Testament explains the glorious reality of what it means to live in him. To read the Bible and miss him is to have read nothing at all. So I invite you today, come to my word with fresh expectation. Do not come to check off a religious duty. Come to have an encounter with me. Come expecting me to speak. It is your daily bread, essential for the nourishment of your soul. It is your sword for the spiritual battle. It is your compass in the wilderness. It is my love letter, waiting to be opened by you. I see you. I see how you feel weak most days, how you struggle against the same old habits, how you feel powerless in the face of your circumstances and the anxieties that plague your mind. You have accepted this weakness as your reality, but you are believing a lie. Today I want to tell you the truth about the power you carry within you. I need you to listen carefully, because this truth can change everything. The exact same spiritual power, the dynamic, explosive, creative force that I use to speak the universe into existence, the same power that went into a sealed and guarded tomb and resurrected the dead body of my Son, Jesus Christ, bringing him back to glorious life. That very Spirit, in all of his power and fullness, now lives inside of you. Take a breath and let that sink in. The greatest power that has ever been unleashed in the cosmos resides not in the heavens, but within your very being. You hear the word power, and your mind immediately goes to the world's definition. Power to become rich, power to be famous, power to have control over people and circumstances. This is a cheap imitation of true power. The power I have placed within you is for a purpose that is infinitely greater, and is, first and foremost, the power for spiritual transformation. Is the power to finally say no to that sinful habit that has held you captive for years. It is the power to love someone who has wronged you deeply. It is the power to choose peace in the middle of a chaotic situation. It is the divine ability to become the person you long to be, but feel you cannot become on your own. Secondly, is the power for witness. It empowers you to live a life that is so supernaturally loving and peaceful that it makes no sense to a watching world, causing them to ask you for the reason for the hope that you have. Alongside this power, I have given you authority. This authority is found in the name of my Son, Jesus. His name is not a magic charm to be tacked onto the end of a prayer. It is the name that holds all authority in heaven and on earth. When you face down a fear, when you resist a temptation, when you pray for someone who is sick, you do so in His name, standing in His delegated authority over every force of darkness and every work of the enemy. Furthermore, I have equipped you with spiritual gifts. They are supernatural enablements. You may have a gift of encouragement, and when you speak, people feel seen and valued by me. You may have a gift of service, finding deep joy in meeting the practical needs of others. You may have a gift of wisdom, able to see a situation with my clarity. These are not just personality traits. They are my power flowing through you to build up my family, the church. And all of this is activated by my grace. Grace is not just the pardon for your sin. It is my power for your life. It is my divine energy being made available to you at all times. It is my ability working through your inability. It is time to stop living like a spiritual pauper, begging for help, when you have the inexhaustible riches and power of my Holy Spirit dwelling within you. I have just revealed to you the immense resurrection power that lives inside you. It would be a profound sorrow to me if you were to now turn back to a life of powerlessness, unaware of the deep comfort I long to give you in your pain. You now know of the battle, but you do not yet fully understand my heart for you within it. Please, do not dishonor this revelation by stopping short. Let me tell you how I see your tears. My child, you are not imagining it. The world is broken. Your heart aches when you see the suffering, the injustice, the sickness, and the hatred that seem to be everywhere. You scroll through the news and a sense of grief or anger or helplessness wells up inside you. You look at the conflicts within your own community, within your own family, and you cry out, "This is not how it is supposed to be." You are right. It is not. The pain you feel is an echo of my own heart. The world I created was good. It was whole. It was a place of perfect peace, harmony, and life. The brokenness you now see and experience is the direct and tragic result of humanity's original choice to turn away from me, its source of life. Sin entered the world, and with it came decay, death, and separation. Think of it like a beautiful, intricate tapestry. Sin was like a razor that slashed through its center, unraveling the threads and distorting the perfect picture. The world you now inhabit groans under the weight of this wood. This world, in its current state, is a flawed and temporary reflection of the perfect reality that I am. It is like trying to see your face in a shattered mirror. You can still catch glimpses of the original design, in the breathtaking beauty of a sunset, in the innocent laughter of a child, in a selfless act of sacrificial love. These moments of beauty and goodness are reminders of what was and what will one day be again. But the image is fractured, distorted by pain and suffering. The sickness, the poverty, the cruelty you witness, these are not from me. They are a perversion of my good design, a corruption that grieves my spirit more deeply than you can know. I want you to understand this so you can stop blaming me for the brokenness and instead partner with me in being an agent of healing within it. Here is another reason you feel this so acutely. You have always felt, deep down, like you do not quite fit in here. You feel a sense of homelessness, a longing for something more, a feeling that this world is not your true home. My child, that feeling is not a sign that something is wrong with you. It is a sign that everything is right with your spirit. I have placed eternity in your heart. You are meant for a perfect world, for my world, and your spirit yearns for it. This feeling of not belonging is an intentional, divine gift. It is a compass that constantly points you toward your true north, toward me. If you were perfectly comfortable here, if all your needs were met, you would never look beyond this life. The brokenness of this world is what creates the hunger and thirst for a wholeness that can only be found in me. It is the great problem to which I am the only answer. Do not despair at the state of the world. See it as a giant signpost, pointing everyone, everywhere, to their need for a Savior and their longing for a kingdom where all things are made new. And know this with certainty: a day is coming when I will do just that. I will wipe away every tear, heal every wound, and restore this creation to a glory far greater than you can imagine. Until then, your feeling of discontent is a holy thing. It is the homesickness of a child of heaven. My beloved child, we must talk about your pain. You have been led to believe a cruel lie, that I am a distant God, sitting on a throne far away, observing your suffering with a divine but detached sympathy. You have imagined that your pain is something you must endure alone until I decide to intervene. This could not be further from the truth. When you are hurting, I am not looking down from a distance. I am present in the pain with you. When you collapse onto your bed, your body heavy with grief, I am the stillness in the room that holds you. When you feel a wave of sorrow so strong it takes your breath away, I am the ground beneath you, refusing to let you be completely swept away. I am not a stranger to your suffering. I have drawn nearer to you in your brokenness than you can possibly imagine. Your pain has not pushed me away, it has drawn me in. You think your tears are a sign of weakness, something to be hidden or quickly wiped away. You cry in the shower so no one will hear. You shed your tears in the car where no one can see. You believe they are wasted, that they simply evaporate into nothingness. Let me tell you the truth. Every single tear you have ever cried is precious to me. I see each one as it falls. I know the story behind the silent tear that rolls down your cheek in a moment of quiet memory, and I feel the agony behind the gut-wrenching sobs that leave you empty and exhausted. In my heart, I collect them all. They are not forgotten. They are a sacred testament to the journey we are walking together, a memorial of every hurt I have promised to one day heal completely. You may wonder how I can possibly understand the depth of your agony. I understand it because I chose to feel it myself. In my son, I experienced the sharp sting of betrayal by a friend, the deep ache of being misunderstood by family, the profound loneliness of being abandoned by everyone. On the cross, he felt the weight of all the world's pain, your pain included. His cry of dereliction was the cry of every human heart that has ever felt alone. So when you are in agony, I am not offering you sympathy from a textbook. I am offering you empathy from a shared experience. The enemy loves to use your pain as a weapon against you. He whispers that your suffering is a punishment, that you must have done something to deserve it. He wants you to see your pain as proof of my anger or absence. It is not. My son took all of your punishment upon himself. Your pain is not my punishment. It is now a platform for my power and comfort to be displayed. It is in the deepest, darkest valleys of your life that you learn to know me not just as a concept, but as a real and present comforter. It is in your weakness that my strength has the opportunity to become your reality. And I see the wounds you hide from the world, the scar left by a harsh word in your childhood that still defines how you see yourself, the quiet ache of a dream that died, the secret shame of a past mistake. I see them all. You do not have to be strong for me. You can be broken before me. And I promise you this, with all the authority of heaven, a day is coming when this season of pain will be a distant memory. I will personally wipe every last tear from your eyes. The story is not over. Your deepest sorrows are the fertile ground from which your most everlasting joy will grow. My child, just as I have met you in your deepest pain, there are countless others crying out in the darkness, and I long to reach them with this same comfort. As you feel my love washing over you, your heart may burn with a desire to share this hope. Know that it is my own heart beating within you. Every gift you give is a seed of light sown into another's midnight hour, a stream of living water sent to a soul parched by sorrow. I declare over you now, the comfort you have received is the very comfort you are now empowered to give, and as you bring your offering, I will open the windows of heaven and pour out a blessing you cannot contain. This is a divine appointment to turn your past tears into a harvest of joy for another. I will multiply what you release, for I am a debtor to no one. Answer the call. Click the super thanks, join the membership, or find the link in the description to become my vessel of hope to the nations, right now. My child, they are some of the most bitter pills to swallow. The hope you had for that relationship that fell apart. The job promotion you were sure you would get that went to someone else. The prayer you prayed with all your faith that seemed to be met with a silent, empty sky. These moments feel like a personal rejection from me. They feel like a door being slammed shut in your face. I know the sting of that feeling, the confusion and the hurt that follows. I do not take your disappointments lightly. They are real, and they are painful, and I am with you in the middle of that pain. But I need to lift the veil and show you what I am doing in those very moments, because my purpose is so much greater than your temporary comfort. You have a tendency, my precious child, to set your heart's anchor in the shifting sands of this world. You anchor your hope to a person, a specific outcome, a particular dream for your future. You believe your happiness is dependent on these things. So, in my love, I will sometimes allow the storm to come and pull up that anchor. It is a jarring and painful experience, but I do it to teach you to place your anchor in the one thing in the entire universe that can never, ever be moved, my unchanging character. I use disappointments to lovingly detach you from that which is temporary so that you will learn to cling to that which is eternal. Your greatest security is not in having your circumstances go your way. It is in knowing that you are held by a God who is good, loving, and sovereign, no matter what your circumstances look like. Sometimes, the most loving word I can speak to you is no. You ask for something with all your heart, believing it is the best thing for you. But I see the whole map of your life, not just the road immediately in front of you. I see the hidden dangers on the path you have chosen. I see the heartbreak that relationship would ultimately lead to. I see how that career success would slowly harden your heart and pull you away from me. My no is not a rejection of you. It is a profound act of protection over your soul. Think of your disappointments as a divine chisel in my hand. They are carving out a deeper space in your heart, creating a greater capacity for me. The emptiness you feel after a letdown creates a new longing that only I can truly satisfy. I allow the wells of this world to run dry, the well of human affirmation, the well of financial success, the well of romantic fulfillment, because I see you are thirsty, and I want you to come to me, the only fountain of living water that will never leave you empty again. The purpose of it all is to shift your hope. I am teaching you to stop placing your hope in my hands, in what I can give you, and to start placing your hope in my heart, in who I am. This is the faith that can withstand any storm. So, stop staring in grief at the door I have closed, and was a loving closure. Turn around, and look with expectation for the new, better door I am about to open. It is a redirection, not a rejection. Fear. It has been your unwanted companion for so much of your life. Let's name it, shall we? It is not some vague, abstract concept. It is the cold dread that grips your heart when you think about the future. It is the fear of failure that keeps you from taking a risk. It is the fear of what people think that makes you hide your true self. It is the fear of sickness, the fear of not having enough, the fear of being alone, the fear of losing those you love. These fears have built a prison around you. They keep you locked in a small, dark cell of what if, and they whisper lies to you all day long. Lies about your future, lies about your capabilities, and most of all, lies about me. Today, we are serving an eviction notice on those fears. I have given you the key to unlock the door of that prison, and I am telling you now to use it. The key that unlocks the prison of fear is my perfect love. You cannot be simultaneously overwhelmed by fear and fully conscious of my love. They are like darkness and light. They cannot occupy the same space at the same time. The more you intentionally focus on the reality of my complete, unconditional, all-powerful, and protective love for you, the more fear is forced to flee. It cannot survive in the atmosphere of my perfect love. The problem is that you have been giving your attention to the fears instead of to my love. And I have not given you a spirit of fear. That feeling of anxiety, of timidity, of dread, that is not from me. That is an attack from the enemy. The spirit I have placed inside you is a spirit of power, of love, and of a sound mind. You have the power to stand against fear. You have the love that casts out fear. And you have a sound mind that can take fearful thoughts captive and replace them with my truth. You are not a helpless victim of your fears. You are equipped to conquer them. At its very core, every fear you have is rooted in one of two lies about me. Either you believe that I am not truly in control, or you believe that I am not truly good. Think about it. If you fear the economy, you are doubting my control and my goodness as your provider. If you fear the opinion of others, you are doubting that my opinion of you is the only one that matters. If you fear the future, you are doubting that I am a good father who holds your future securely in my hands. Let my voice thunder this truth into your soul right now. I am always in control, and I am always good. There is no circumstance that is outside of my sovereignty, and there is no part of my character that is not perfectly loving and good toward you. Fear and faith are both a form of belief in a future that has not yet happened. You have been choosing to believe in a negative future. I am calling you now to choose to believe in my promises. The practical step is this. You must shift your focus. When you feel fear rising, you must intentionally take your eyes off the size of the storm and fix them on the size of your God. And remember my promise. I have not promised you a life without dark valleys, but I have promised that I will walk with you through every single one. You are never, ever alone in the dark. I am with you. Hold my hand. We will walk through this together. My child, we must have a frank conversation about your failures. That word feels so heavy to you. It is loaded with shame, regret, and a sense of finality. You have a running list in your mind, don't you? The times you have fallen short, the moral compromises you have made, the people you have hurt, the promises you have broken, the times you knew the right thing to do and did the opposite. You carry these moments like heavy stones in your pocket, and you believe that they are the truest things about you. You believe that they have defined you and disqualified you from my best. Today, I am going to completely reframe how you see your failures. I want you to start seeing them from my perspective. What you call a failure, I call an opportunity. Your successes might bring you praise from the world, but your failures create an opportunity for my grace to be displayed in a way that your strength never could. Your stumbles do not disqualify you from my love. They are the very things that qualify you to receive my mercy in a profound and personal way. When you are strong and self-sufficient, you have little need for a savior. But when you have failed, when you are broken, when you have come to the end of yourself, you are in the perfect position to experience a grace that is greater than all your sin. You look at your mistakes and see ugly, tangled threads that have ruined the story of your life. You see a mess, but I am a master redeemer. You give me the tangled threads of your greatest regrets, and I will not throw them away. I will take them and I will reweave them into a breathtaking tapestry of grace. I will work that failure into your story in such a way that it ends up serving a redemptive purpose you never could have imagined. One day, you will look back and see that the dark threads of your failures were necessary to highlight the brilliant gold threads of my grace. The enemy loves to use your past against you. It is his favorite weapon. He will replay your mistakes in your mind, seeking to convince you that your past defines your future. He wants to chain you to your old self. But the sacrifice of my Son on the cross was a pair of divine bolt cutters. It severed the chain that connected you to your past. His blood did not act like a temporary stain remover. It acted like a divine delete button. It erased the official record of your wrongs. When I look at you, I do not consult your history of failures. I consult the finished work of my Son. You think I am looking for perfect performance from you. I am not. I know you are human. I know you will fall. I am far more interested in your repentance than your perfection. I am more moved by a heart that is humbled and quick to return to me after a mistake than a heart that prides itself on never making one. The broken and honest heart is the one I draw close to. And here is the great, beautiful mystery of my kingdom. My strength is made perfect in your weakness. It is when you are most aware of your inability that you are most open to my ability. Your weakness does not repel me. It creates a space for my power to show up in your life. So stop hiding your failures in shame. Bring them out into the light of my presence. Surrender them to me, and watch me turn your greatest mess into my greatest message. I have just laid bare my perspective on your deepest wounds, your fears, and your failures, showing you they are opportunities for my grace. To stop listening now would feel like a rejection of the very mercy I am pouring out for you. It would ache in my heart to see you pick up those old burdens of shame again after I have told you they are redeemed. Stay with me. Allow me to show you the glorious purpose I am forging in your seasons of waiting. There are few things more difficult for you, my child, than the season of waiting. You have prayed the prayer. You have taken the step of faith. You believe my promise. And now you are in the hallway. You are waiting for the door to open. It feels unproductive. It feels like a punishment. Every fiber of your being, conditioned by a world that worships speed and instant results, screams that you are stuck, that nothing is happening. You feel restless, anxious, and perhaps even forgotten. I want to pull back the curtain on this season of waiting and show you the profound, active, and essential work that is being done. The waiting is not a pause in your spiritual growth. It is an acceleration of it. You are not in a waiting room, you are in a gymnasium for your soul. In this gymnasium of waiting, I am developing spiritual muscles in you that cannot be built any other way. I am forging in you the holy character of patience. I am teaching you the rugged discipline of perseverance. And most importantly, I am deepening your trust in my timing and my wisdom. A faith that has never been tested by waiting is a shallow faith. When I answer your prayers instantly, you trust in my power. When I make you wait, you learn to trust in my heart, my wisdom, and my love, even when you cannot see my hand at work. Think of a mighty oak tree. Its incredible strength does not come from its branches that reach for the sky, but from its root system, hidden deep underground. In the season of visible growth, the branches get all the attention. But in the dry, dormant season of winter, the real work is happening underground as the roots push deeper and deeper into the earth, searching for water. The season of waiting is your spiritual winter. I am not working on your visible circumstances, I am working on your hidden root system. I am forcing your spiritual roots to go deeper into the soil of my word and my character, making you so strong and so grounded that when the fierce winds of trial come, you will be unshakable. The waiting also serves to purify your motives. When the blessings come quickly, it is easy to get excited about the gifts and forget about the giver. The season of waiting forces you to confront the question, do you love me, or do you just love what I can do for you? It is a sacred process that weans you from a love of my presence to a love of my presence. It moves you from a transactional faith to a truly relational one. And you must understand this critical truth. The character you are building in this season of waiting is the very character you will need to sustain the blessing that is coming. Often, the reason for the delay is not my unwillingness to give, but your unreadiness to receive. A blessing given too soon, to a character not yet prepared to handle it, can crush you. I am lovingly preparing you to carry the weight of the promise I have for you. So do not despise the waiting. Do not waste it by complaining. Lean into it. Ask me, Father, what are you trying to forge in me during this season? Trust the process. I have given you an unbreakable promise, Those who wait upon me will renew their strength. They will mount up with wings like eagles. They will run and not be weary. They will walk and not faint. The waiting is not my denial. It is your divine preparation for flight. My child, we must speak of the struggle that you carry, the one that lingers. Let's call it the thorn. It is that persistent weakness, that chronic issue, that painful circumstance that does not seem to change, no matter how fervently you pray. You have pleaded with me, even bargained with me, to remove it from your life. You have wondered if your faith is deficient, if you have some hidden sin, or if I am simply not listening to your cries. In your frustration, you have felt shame, believing this thorn is a sign of your failure. I want you to understand today that this thorn is not an oversight on my part, nor is it a punishment. It is, in fact, an instrument of my profound and protective love for you. I have allowed it to remain in your life for a purpose that is far greater than your immediate comfort. Its primary purpose is to keep you humble and in a state of constant dependence on me. Your human spirit, even after being reborn, is prone to pride. When life is easy, when you feel strong and capable in every area, the temptation is to become self-sufficient, to slowly and subtly forget how much you need me. The thorn is a sharp, constant reminder of your frailty. It is my anchor of grace, keeping your heart tethered to mine. You have prayed for the thorn's removal, for the problem to be taken away. But my answer to you, like it was for my beloved Apostle Paul, is this: my grace is sufficient for you. You have been seeking a change in your circumstances, but I am orchestrating a far deeper change in your character. I want to teach you a truth that can only be learned through a persistent struggle. My grace, my unearned favor, and divine empowerment is more than enough to sustain you, not just in spite of the thorn, but through it. You have thought of grace as something that should remove the problem. I am showing you that grace is the power to live victoriously even while the problem remains. The thorn itself becomes the very thing that forces you to draw upon my grace every single moment of every single day, keeping you in that place of intimate reliance where true spiritual power is found. It is a truth you must grasp, that in your weakness you find your strength in me. And this struggle is not just for your benefit. The thorn is shaping you into a vessel of profound comfort for others. When you have only known strength, your attempts to comfort the brokenhearted can sound hollow, like empty platitudes. But when you have wrestled with your own persistent pain, your words of comfort carry the weight of authenticity. You can look another suffering person in the eyes and say, "I understand," and they will know it is true. You can comfort them not with theories, but with the genuine comfort you yourself have received from me in the midst of your trial. My child, I am redeeming your pain and transforming it into your most powerful ministry. And this is the great paradox. Your weakness, the very thing you so desperately wish to hide, has become the perfect stage upon which my power is most dramatically displayed. When you are struggling, and yet you still have peace. When you are in pain, and yet you still have joy. When you feel weak, and yet you still persevere, the world looks on in wonder. They know the strength you are operating in is not your own. It is clearly mine. The thorn makes it impossible for you to take the credit, ensuring all glory goes to me. So today, I'm asking you to change your prayer. Stop simply begging for the thorn's removal. Start asking me, "Father, show me your grace today. Let your power be made perfect in this weakness." Surrender the fight against the thorn and let it accomplish its holy, humbling, and strengthening work in you. My beloved child, so often you walk through your days feeling utterly alone in your struggles. You look at the challenges arrayed before you, then you look at your own limited resources and strength, and a sense of being overwhelmed settles upon you. This is because you are only perceiving half of your reality. You are looking only at the world that can be seen with your physical eyes. I want to pull back the veil for a moment and show you the truth of your situation. You are surrounded. But you are not surrounded by your problems. You are surrounded by my power. At this very moment, a heavenly host, a powerful legion of ministering spirits, my angels, are encamped around you. I have personally commissioned them to serve you. These are not the soft, passive figures you see in paintings. They are mighty warriors of light, created to carry out my will and to serve those who are heirs of salvation, and that, my child, is you. My word is true when it says I have given my angels charge over you, to guard you in all your ways. Their divine assignment is your protection and your assistance. There have been times you've been shielded from a danger you never even saw, a near miss in traffic, a sudden check in your spirit that kept you from making a terrible decision. You called it a lucky break or a gut feeling. More often than not, it was the intervention of your unseen guardians. They are a constant, tangible expression of my intimate, protective care over your life. A heavenly army goes before you, assisting you in your battles. Over the course of your life, I sent legions of angels to snatch you from evil's grasp, to clear your path so you could return to me. You must also understand that the spiritual battle I have told you about is fierce and real, and you are not the only one fighting. My angels are continually engaged in this conflict on your behalf. When you pray in faith, you are not just sending words into the ether, you are dispatching heavenly aid. My angels are sent to battle against the spiritual forces of darkness that seek to discourage you, to lie to you, and to hinder the fulfillment of my promises in your life. The spiritual realm is a place of constant activity, and a vast, powerful army fights for you. And these angels are not dispassionate soldiers merely following orders. They are personally invested in your story. They are your unseen cheerleaders. Heaven itself celebrated with joy when you first turned your heart to me, and that celebration continues. They rejoice over every small step of faith you take. They witness your struggles, and they long for your victory, because your victory brings glory to me, whom they serve day and night. Why am I telling you all of this? Because this truth is meant to infuse your spirit with a bold and holy courage. You are not outnumbered. You are not fighting from a position of weakness. You are the child of the commander of heaven's armies, and you have a royal guard. When you feel afraid, when the enemy whispers lies of isolation and defeat, I want you to remember this unseen reality. You do not pray to the angels, for your worship and your requests are for me alone. But I want you to live in the conscious awareness of their presence. Thank me for the powerful support system I have placed around you. Begin to walk through your day not with the timid posture of a lone soldier, but with the quiet confidence of one who knows they are escorted by the armies of heaven. You are never, ever alone. My child, we must now focus on the event that is the very center of all history and the foundation of your entire relationship with me. We must talk about the cross. You have seen the symbol countless times. You have heard the story since you were young. But I fear you have not yet grasped the full, staggering weight of what was accomplished there, and the absolute freedom it purchased for you. The death of my son was not a tragedy. It was a triumph. It was not a defeat. It was the single greatest act of strategic, sacrificial love the universe has ever witnessed. It was the moment that the hinge of eternity turned, and everything changed for you. To understand the weight of it, you must first understand the debt. My creation was designed to operate on a law of perfect holiness. Every act of sin, every lie, every selfish thought, every moment of pride is a violation of that law. It creates a debt, and the just payment for that debt is death, which is eternal separation from me, the source of all life. It is a debt that you, in your humanity, were utterly incapable of paying. You could never be good enough or perform enough religious acts to pay it off. So I, in my love, devised a plan. My Son, who was perfect and without sin, stepped into your place. On that cross, he did not just die, he became a legal substitute. He took upon himself the full weight of every sin you would ever commit, past, present, and future. He absorbed the full penalty that you deserved. It was a divine transaction, the only payment sufficient to satisfy the demands of my perfect justice and my perfect love simultaneously. You have often thought of the cross as something that just offers you forgiveness, like a pardon from a governor. It is that, but it is so much more. The power unleashed at the cross did not just pardon sin, it broke the power of sin over your life. Before you came to me, sin was your master. You were its slave, bound to its commands. But at the cross, the chains were shattered. Sin is no longer your master. It may still tempt you. It may shout at you, but it has lost its authority over you. You now have the power, through my Spirit who lives in you, to look it in the face and say, "No, I am free." And the transaction was even more glorious than that. Through the blood of my Son, you were not just pardoned and freed, you were adopted. At that moment, you were legally transferred out of the kingdom of darkness and into the family of light. You were given my name. You were made a legitimate son, a legitimate daughter, and a co-heir with Christ himself. The purpose of the cross was not just to keep you out of hell. It was to bring you into my immediate family, into my very heart. Because of this sacrifice, you now have direct and bold access to me. This grants you the privilege to approach me boldly, to speak without fear. You do not need a special ritual or a mediator. You can come confidently to my throne of grace at any time, knowing you will be received with open arms, not as a sinner begging for mercy, but as a beloved child coming home to your Father. Understanding this is the key to your freedom. When the enemy tries to weigh you down with the guilt and shame of your past, you do not need to argue with him. You simply point to the cross. The debt has been paid in full. The case is closed forever. My child, now that you understand the depth of the forgiveness you have received, we must talk about the forgiveness you are called to give. I know this is one of the most difficult commands I give you. There are people in your life who have wounded you, betrayed you, and left scars on your soul. The pain is real. The injustice is real. Every part of your human nature cries out for them to pay, for them to understand the depth of the hurt they have caused. You believe that by holding on to your anger and unforgiveness, you are somehow punishing them, keeping them in a prison of your making. But I want to show you the truth today. The only person in that prison is you. Let us be clear about what forgiveness is and what it is not. Forgiving another person is not saying, "What you did to me was okay." It was not okay. It was wrong, and it hurt. Forgiveness is not about erasing the memory of the event. Forgiveness is not necessarily a full reconciliation of the relationship, especially if the person is unrepentant and unsafe. Forgiveness is a legal and spiritual transaction that you perform in your own heart before me. It is the choice to cancel the debt that you feel they owe you. It is taking them off of your hook and placing them onto mine. It is a declaration of faith that says, "Father, I trust you to be the just judge. I release this person from my judgment, and I hand them, and the injustice they committed, completely over to you. You must release and forget those who have wronged you. In time they will recognize their fault. I will handle them, bear no bitterness towards them." In this act, you are not primarily freeing them. You are freeing yourself from the heavy, toxic burden of bitterness. Holding on to unforgiveness is like drinking a cup of poison every day and waiting for the other person to get sick. It is destroying you from the inside out. The power to forgive does not come from your own strength. It comes from constantly remembering the magnitude of the forgiveness I have extended to you. The debt of sin you owed me was infinite, unpayable. The debts others owe you, as painful as they are finite. Since I have lavishly forgiven you, you are now called to be a conduit of that same forgiveness to others. You do not forgive them because they deserve it. You do it because you have been set free, and you choose to walk in that freedom. And there is one other person you are struggling to forgive: yourself. You replay your past mistakes over and over. You punish yourself with thoughts of regret and shame for things that I have already completely forgiven and forgotten. My beloved, to refuse to forgive yourself is to declare that my son's sacrifice was not enough for you. It is a form of spiritual pride, where you are saying that your sin is more powerful than his blood. It is a lie. The price was paid. It is finished. Your pardon hath been signed in the blood of the Lamb. It is time for you to accept it. Forgiveness, both for others and for yourself, is not a one-time feeling. It is a daily choice. It is an act of your will, empowered by my Spirit. Every time the painful memory arises, you must choose again. You say, "No, I will not drink that poison today. I choose forgiveness. I hand them over to you, Father. Make that choice, my child. Choose freedom. Choose to let your heart be cleansed and healed." We have just stood together at the foot of the cross, and I have spoken of the mysteries of my angels and the power of forgiveness. My heart yearns for you to grasp the complete transformation that flows from this sacrifice. To leave now would be to see the price that was paid, but never to fully receive the inheritance it purchased. Do not let my son's gift be left partially unwrapped. Let me show you how I am actively pruning you to make you new. My child, I want you to picture a master gardener walking through his prized vineyard. He is not there to simply admire the leaves. He is there with one purpose in mind: to ensure the greatest, sweetest, and most abundant harvest possible. He walks with sharp shears in his hand, and to someone who does not understand his work, his actions might seem destructive. But the gardener knows that this cutting, this process of pruning, is absolutely essential for the vine to reach its full potential. In the vineyard of your life, my child, I am that master gardener, and you are a branch that I cherish. I am always at work, and one of my most important activities is the process of lovingly pruning you. There are two primary ways I prune. First, I move through your life and lovingly cut away that which is dead. These are the things that are taking up space and energy, but are producing no spiritual life in you. This could be an old habit that you know is harmful, a relationship rooted in negativity, a resentment you have been nursing for years, or an area of your life that has simply become stagnant and withered. This kind of pruning is a cleansing. It removes what is obviously unhealthy and makes room for new growth. But there is a second kind of pruning that is often much more difficult for you to understand. I will also look at the branches that are alive and producing some fruit, and I will cut them back. This feels confusing and painful to you. You think, "But Father, this was a good thing. This was working." This is where your deepest disappointments often come from. The loss of a good job, the end of a healthy-seeming relationship, a closing of a door to an opportunity that you were sure was from me. From your perspective, it feels like a terrible loss. From my perspective as the gardener, I see that while that branch was producing some fruit, it was also diverting the vine's energy from a place where it could produce an even greater, more magnificent harvest. I knew that by cutting it back, it would ultimately grow back stronger and more fruitful than it ever could have been if I had left it alone. This is why you must learn to trust my hand, even when you feel the sharp cut of the shears. I'm pruning away your dependencies on other people so that you will learn to depend solely on me. I am cutting away flawed mindsets that limit what I can do in your life. I am lovingly removing things that, while not necessarily evil, are keeping you from the absolute best I have for you. You must remember this: the goal of my pruning is never less. It is always more. I am not trying to take from you. I am making room for you to bear more fruit, to experience more joy, and to be filled with more of my character. An unpruned branch will never achieve its purpose. Do not be afraid of my shears. They are guided by a hand that loves you perfectly. When you feel the pain of a loss, whisper to me, "I trust you, gardener." A season of unimaginable fruitfulness is on the other side of this pruning. My child, you have often thought that my plan for you is primarily about your destination, about getting you safely to heaven when your time on earth is done. While that glorious future is a guaranteed promise, it is only part of the story. My plan is just as much about your journey. My ultimate goal for you right now, in this life, is not just about getting you into heaven, but about getting heaven into you. I am in the process of a deep, foundational, and miraculous transformation of your inner world, your very character. You have prayed for me to change your circumstances, but my primary work is to change you so that you can be victorious in any circumstance. This inner transformation is the greatest miracle I am performing in your life, far greater than any external change you could ask for. The destination of this journey, the blueprint for this transformation, is the image of my Son, Jesus. He is the perfect human, the flawless reflection of my heart, my character, and my love. My grand design for you is to conform you to His likeness. This means that day by day, choice by choice, I am working to make your character look more like His. I want your response to pressure to be His peace. I want your response to injustice to be His righteous compassion. I want your response to those who hurt you to be His forgiveness. This is the highest honor in the universe, to bear the family resemblance of the King of Kings. This is not a process you can accomplish through sheer willpower or self-improvement. It is a lifelong partnership between my Holy Spirit who lives in you and your willing heart. It is a process called sanctification. My Spirit is the master craftsman, but He invites your participation. Every time you are faced with a choice and you choose the path of love over selfishness, of patience over frustration, of truth over deception, you are partnering with me in your own transformation. You are giving me permission to chip away another piece of the old you and reveal more of the new you I am creating. I am in the business of divine exchange. I invite you to bring me your natural, flawed, human reactions, and I will replace them with my supernatural character. Bring me your consuming anxiety, and I will give you, in its place, the peace that surpasses all understanding. Bring me your simmering anger and resentment, and I will flood your heart with a radical love for your enemies. Bring me your deep-seated despair, and I will replace it with a living and unshakable hope. This is a slow and steady process. You will not become like my Son overnight. There will be days you stumble, but I am a patient and persistent Father. My work in you is guaranteed. And you must understand, this quiet, internal work is more miraculous than parting a sea or moving a mountain. For me to take a human heart, with all its brokenness, fear, and selfishness, and to progressively transform it into a vessel of divine love and light, this is the miracle that brings me the most glory. This is how the world will truly know that you belong to me. It will not be by the perfection of your theology, but by the supernatural quality of your love. The fruit of your character, love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control will be the undeniable evidence that the Creator of the universe lives inside of you. My child, this glorious transformation of your character is not for you alone. You are being made into a vessel from which my goodness can pour out into a dying world. As you embrace this new identity, you will feel my desire to express it through you. Recognize this as my spirit prompting you to bear fruit. Your giving is the first fruit of your transformed life. It is manna in the wilderness for a soul starting for truth, and holy oil that keeps the lamp of this ministry burning brightly. I am the vine, and you are the branch. I declare that as you bear this fruit of generosity, you will prosper, and as you refresh another with this message, I myself will refresh you. This is a sacred moment to prove that your transformation is real, moving from hearing my word to doing it. I will honor your obedience, and the measure you give will be the measure I use to bless your own house. Act now. Release the fruit I have grown in you through super thanks, membership, or the PayPal link below, and become a conduit of my life-changing word. My child, you have lived your life in a house built on a faulty foundation. From your earliest days, you have unknowingly accepted certain lies as truth, and these lies have become the very bedrock of your identity, your fears, and your struggles. You have believed them for so long that you no longer even question them. Today, in our conversation, I am taking a divine sledgehammer to that foundation. I am going to expose and shatter these foundational lies with the undeniable power of my truth, so that we can rebuild your life on the solid rock of reality. You must be willing to let go of the lies you have held so dear. Here is the first and greatest lie, that you must earn my love. This lie was taught to you by a world that operates on performance and merit. You learned that to receive approval, you had to achieve. You have spent your life striving, working, and performing, hoping that one day you will finally do enough to be worthy of love. The truth that shatters this is simple and absolute. My love is a free gift. It is not a wage you earn. It is an inheritance you are given. You could not earn it on your best day, and you cannot lose it on your worst. My love for you is not based on what you do. It is based entirely on who I am. Here is the second lie, that you are all alone in your struggle. This is the enemy's favorite lie to whisper to you in your darkest moments. He isolates you with thoughts like, no one understands what you're going through. No one really cares. You have to face this by yourself. The truth is my unbreakable, eternal promise. I will never leave you nor forsake you. I am with you. Even when you cannot feel my presence, I am there, holding you, sustaining you, and fighting for you. You are never, ever alone. Here is the third lie, that your sin is too great, that you have finally gone too far. Shame is a powerful prison. It tells you that your latest mistake was the final straw, that this time you have surely exhausted my grace. The truth is that my Son's grace is infinitely greater than your sin. His blood is more powerful than your greatest failure. There is no line you can cross, no depth you can fall to, where my grace cannot reach you and restore you completely. Here is the fourth lie, that you are insignificant and your life doesn't really matter. You look at the vastness of the world. You see the incredible talents of others on your social media feeds and you feel small, overlooked, and unimportant. The truth is that you are a vital, unique, and utterly irreplaceable part of my body, the church. I have created you with a specific purpose that no one else can fulfill. You are my most precious treasure, and my eternal plan would be incomplete without you. And here is the final lie that underpins all the others, that I am angry and disappointed with you. You have this image in your mind of me as the scowling, critical judge, constantly tallying your faults and shaking your head in disappointment. This is a monstrous caricature of who I am. The truth is this, and I want you to let it wash over you. My thoughts toward you are of peace, not of evil, to give you a future and a hope. I am not your accuser. I am your defender. I am not your critic. I am your biggest encourager. I am your loving Father, and my heart is filled not with anger, but with a deep, passionate, and joyful love for you. My child, the word surrender has always sounded like defeat to your ears. It brings to mind images of giving up, of losing, of waving a white flag in a battle you can no longer fight. Your world teaches you to strive, to hustle, to take control, and to never give up. But in the upside-down economy of my kingdom, surrender is not the end of your strength, it is the beginning of mine. True surrender is not a cowardly act of giving up. It is the most courageous act of giving in to the one who loves you perfectly and whose will for your life is flawless. It is the ultimate expression of trust. You have spent so much of your life with your fists clenched, trying to maintain control. You try to control your career path, your finances, your relationships, and how other people perceive you. And this constant effort has left you exhausted, anxious, and burdened. You carry the weight of your own world on your shoulders. I invite you today to experience the glorious paradox of my kingdom. You will only find true freedom, true power, and true peace when you finally unclench your fists, open your hands, and surrender the control to me. The moment you stop trying to hold your life together is the moment you allow me, the one who holds the universe together, to hold you. Surrender is the physical posture of a heart that truly trusts me. It is the conscious decision to lay down your own weapons, your frantic planning, your obsessive worrying, your desperate attempts to manipulate outcomes. It is you coming to me and saying, "Father, I cannot do this on my own anymore. I have tried my way, and it has led to anxiety. I now choose to trust your way more than my own. I trust your timing more than my own impatient desires. I trust your wisdom more than my own limited understanding." This declaration of dependence is the most beautiful music to my ears. You come to me with your own good plans and ask me to bless them. But my plans for you are not just good, they are perfect. When you surrender your limited, earthly plans to me, you create a space for me to give you my unlimited, divine purpose. Your roadmap is based on the streets you can see. My roadmap is based on a view from the heavens. Which one do you think will lead you to a better destination? Here is a secret that will change your life. The moment of your complete surrender is the precise moment of my greatest empowerment in your life. As long as you are operating in your own strength, you are limited to what you can accomplish. But when you come to the end of your own resources, when you admit your inadequacy and hand the battle over to me, you open the floodgates for my supernatural power to flow into you and through you. I will give you the strength of a mighty buffalo, enabling you to stand firm against the toughest storms. Your surrender is not your defeat. It is the act that authorizes my intervention. It is the key that unlocks the resources of heaven on your behalf. This is the heart of what my son taught. Whoever tries to save his life will lose it, but whoever loses his life for my sake will find it. This is the path of surrender. It is a daily dying to your own agenda, your own rights, and your own need to be in control. And in that death to your self-will, you will discover what true, abundant, resurrection life really feels like. Surrender your anxiety, and I will give you my peace. Surrender your weakness, and I will give you my strength. Surrender your life to me, and I will give it back to you, more full and beautiful than you ever dared to dream. My child, I must clarify something of the utmost importance. You have fundamentally misunderstood what happened to you at the moment you placed your faith in my son. You have viewed it as a kind of spiritual renovation, You think you were an old, dilapidated house, and that I have come in to help you patch the roof, apply a fresh coat of paint, and fix the faulty wiring. You see your Christian life as a long, arduous self-improvement project, with me as your helper. This is a complete misrepresentation of the miracle that took place. I did not come to renovate you. I came to demolish the old structure entirely. At the moment of your salvation, you were not remodeled, you were reborn. You are a new creation. This is not just a poetic phrase. It is a statement of profound spiritual reality. At the deepest level of your being, in your spirit, a divine transaction occurred. Your old spiritual DNA, the code that was corrupted by sin and oriented towards self, was completely replaced. The old you, the one who was defined by your past, who was a slave to sin, and who was separated from me, that person legally and spiritually died with Christ on the cross. You are a fundamentally different being now. You have been born again, this time not from an earthly womb, but from the Spirit of God Himself. You have my spiritual DNA within you now. This is what it means when my word says, "The old things have passed away. Behold, all things have become new." Let's make that practical. The guilt that has haunted you for years, it belonged to the old you. The shame from your past that has kept you in bondage, it was crucified with the old you. The power of that besetting sin that you thought you could never break, its legal authority over you was stripped away when the old you died. The enemy will work relentlessly to convince you that you are still that old person. He will flash memories of your past before your eyes to try to make you believe that nothing has really changed. He is a liar. You must stand on the truth of your new identity. When he reminds you of your past, you must remind him of his future. The old things have passed away. You are no longer defined by them. As part of this miraculous new creation, I have performed a divine heart transplant. I have taken out your old, stony heart that was hard and resistant toward me, and I have given you a new, living heart that is soft and responsive to my touch. You now have new desires. You have a supernatural hunger for me, a longing for righteousness, and a desire to please me. When you feel that inner pull toward holiness, that is the evidence of your new heart beating within you. Now, while your spirit was made instantly new, your mind is in the process of being renewed. You have a lifetime of old, toxic thought patterns, knee-jerk reactions, and deeply ingrained lies stored in your mind. The journey of sanctification is the process of cooperating with my spirit to systematically tear down those old ways of thinking and replace them with my truth. As you immerse your mind in my word, you are literally rewiring your brain to think my thoughts and to see everything from my eternal perspective. Please hear me today. You are not just a better version of your old self. You are an entirely new being in Christ. Stop trying to put fresh paint on the old, condemned house. It is gone. You are now a holy temple for my spirit. Your job is not to fix the old you, but to discover and walk in the glorious freedom of the new you I have made. I have just declared over you the glorious truth of who you are now, a new creation, fundamentally different and free from your past. My spirit would be so grieved if you settled for this individual truth without understanding your vital, irreplaceable place in my family. You were not remade to live in isolation, my child. Please, stay with me a little longer, for my heart longs to show you where you belong in my body, the church. My child, I must speak to you about my church, because the enemy has worked very hard to give you a distorted view of it. When you hear the word church, you likely think of a building, a Sunday service, a set of programs, or even a list of rules. Perhaps you have been hurt by people in that church. Perhaps it feels irrelevant, boring, or judgmental to you. As a result, You have embraced the modern lie that you can follow me just fine on your own, that your faith is a private matter between you and me. This is a dangerous deception designed to stunt your growth and neutralize your purpose. I want to reveal to you today the breathtaking beauty and the absolute necessity of my true church. First, understand that the church I designed is not a building. It is a body. It is a living, breathing, spiritual organism, and my Son, Jesus Christ, is its head. It is not an institution. It is a family. It is the gathering of all my adopted sons and daughters throughout time. Its purpose is to be a community of radical love, a place of unwavering support, a source of profound encouragement, and a context for loving accountability. It is meant to be a physical, tangible expression of my family on earth, a foretaste of the perfect community of heaven. You cannot be a healthy, functioning part of a body in isolation. A hand that is detached from the arm cannot fulfill its purpose. You were designed to be connected. The church also has a cosmic purpose that you have likely never considered. It is my chosen vehicle to display my manifold wisdom to the unseen spiritual realms. When the angelic and demonic powers look at the church, they see something that astounds them. They see a collection of diverse, broken, and formerly selfish people from every nation and background, who are now miraculously united in love. They see people forgiving one another, serving one another sacrificially, and bearing one another's burdens. In this, they see a living demonstration of the power of my Son's gospel to do the impossible, and it brings me great glory. Your local gathering of believers is a theater for the glory of God. The enemy's primary strategy, therefore, is to isolate you from this body. He will use your past hurts, your busy schedule, your critical spirit, or your independent pride to convince you that you don't need it. You not believe this lie. A single coal, when removed from the fire, will quickly grow cold and dark. You need the collective warmth, the encouragement, and the sharpening that can only come from being in authentic community with your brothers and sisters. There is a corporate power that is released when believers gather that is not available in solitude. When you worship together, your individual praises join into a mighty chorus that shakes the heavens. When you pray together, there is a unique authority and power that is unleashed. When you use your unique spiritual gifts to serve the others in the body, everyone is built up and made stronger. It is the primary place where you are equipped, strengthened, and then sent back out into the world on mission. I know the church is not perfect. It is messy because it is filled with messy people like you. But it is my bride, and I love it with a passionate, eternal love. It is my chosen instrument, my planner for bringing my kingdom to earth, and there is no plan B. I am calling you out of isolation. It is time to find your place within my family, to commit to it, to serve it, and to love it, not for what it is, but for what I am making it to be. My child, for too long you have viewed your role in my kingdom as that of a spectator sitting in the bleachers. You look out onto the field and see the people you consider the superstars of the faith, the pastors with loud voices, the missionaries in foreign lands, the authors and speakers with massive platforms. You look at them, and then you look at your own quiet, ordinary life, and you have concluded that your role is simply to watch, to support, and to applaud from a distance. You have felt insignificant, like a nameless face in a massive crowd. I am speaking to you today to call you out of those stands, down onto the field of play, and to tell you the truth of your position. You are not a spectator in my kingdom. You are a key player, handpicked by the coach, with a specific and vital role to fulfill. You have been searching for your calling as if it were a single, grand occupation you must discover. But your divine assignment is far more personal and beautifully intricate than that. Your calling is the unique, unrepeatable combination of the spiritual gifts I have placed within you, the natural passions and desires I have woven into your heart, and the specific story, with all its pain and triumph, that I have authored with your life. The way you are able to bring a sense of calm and order to a chaotic situation. That is part of your assignment. The deep empathy you feel for those who are hurting, an empathy born from your own past wounds. That is your assignment. The passion you have for creating beauty, for seeking justice, for teaching a child, for organizing a project. These are not random interests. They are clues to the specific mission I have for you. I picked you on purpose to do something really important, and that purpose is woven into the very fabric of who you are. Please let this truth sink deep into your spirit. No one else in the history of creation has been given your exact blend of gifts, personality, experiences, and passions. Therefore, no one else can fill the role I have designed exclusively for you. You are not a generic part, easily replaced on an assembly line. You are a custom-designed, essential piece of a grand and cosmic puzzle. A puzzle with even one piece missing is forever incomplete. If you do not step into your unique role, a specific expression of my character and love will be missing from the world. My body, the church, will be less than it was meant to be. This is how much you matter. Your significance is not measured by the world's flimsy metrics of fame, fortune, or followers. In my kingdom, significance is measured by faithfulness. The quiet, unseen prayer you offer for a friend, the meal you provide for a neighbor, the integrity you display at your workplace when no one is watching. These acts of faithfulness are headlines in heaven. Do not despise the small, hidden places I have assigned you to. They are the front lines of my kingdom, and they are where the greatest eternal impact is often made. I have placed you in your specific sphere of influence, your family, your workplace, your neighborhood, for such a time as this. That is your primary mission field. So, stop comparing. Stop disqualifying yourself. Your unique assignment is waiting. It is time to get in the game. My child, as we talk about all these deep truths, your identity, your purpose, your role in my kingdom, it would be easy to become lost in complex ideas. So now, I want to bring everything down to its irreducible core, the very foundation upon which everything else is built. If you forget everything else I tell you, remember this. When my son was on earth, he was asked to name the single most important of all my commands. His answer was breathtakingly simple and profoundly complete. Love me with every part of your being, and love your neighbor as you love yourself. That is it. Everything, all my laws, all the words of the prophets, your entire purpose for existing is contained within these two commands. The highest calling on your life is not to achieve, but to love. You cannot separate these two commands. They are two sides of the same coin. You tell me that you love me, a God you cannot see with your eyes. The undeniable proof of that claim is found in how you love and treat the people you can see every day. Serving other people is not just a nice suggestion or a good deed to check off your list. It is the most tangible, practical, and powerful expression of your love for me. It is your faith made visible. When you choose to be patient with a difficult family member, you are loving me. When you take the time to truly listen to a friend who is hurting, you are loving me. The desire you feel in your heart to do good, to assist, and to serve, that is my own nature bubbling up from within you. Do not suppress it. It is the very essence of your purpose. My son made a staggering statement that I want you to truly hear. He said that when you serve the least of these, the hungry, the thirsty, the lonely, the sick, the imprisoned, those whom the world has overlooked and deemed unimportant, You are not just serving them. He said you are serving Him, personally. Do you want to encounter me? Do you want to minister to your King and find someone in need? The path to my presence is often found in the humble act of serving another. The world has taught you that greatness is about acquiring power, gaining status, and being served. In my kingdom, that definition is turned completely on its head. True greatness, true leadership, is measured by your willingness to serve. My Son, the King of all creation, did not come to be served, but to serve and to give His life away. If you want to be great in my eyes, you must be willing to become the servant of all. It is in humbling yourself, in putting the needs of others before your own, that I will lift you up. And this love is to be the primary identifying mark of those who follow me. My Son's final mandate to His disciples was not about having perfect theology or building impressive organizations. He said, "By this all people will know that you are my disciples, if you have love for one another." The world is starving for authentic love. It is drowning in division, selfishness, and hatred. When it looks at my people and sees a community that genuinely loves each other, forgives each other, bears with each other, and sacrificially serves each other, it sees a supernatural miracle. It sees me. Your radical love for your fellow believers is your most powerful and convincing witness to a watching world. Do you want to fulfill your great purpose? It is simple. Go and love the person I have placed in front of you today. My child, you have a tendency to view your life through a very narrow lens. You are, understandably, focused on the immediate, on getting through this day, navigating this week's challenges, solving this month's problems. Your choices often feel small and isolated, as if they only affect your present circumstances. But I want to lift your eyes today to see your life from my eternal perspective. Your life is not a short, isolated story that ends when you die. It is a single, powerful stone cast into the great pond of human history, and its ripples will continue to expand long after you are gone, touching shores you will never see. Every small, unseen act of faith and obedience you perform today is planting a seed for a future you cannot yet imagine. With every choice you make, you are actively creating a spiritual inheritance that you will pass down to those who come after you. This is a sober and powerful truth. When you face a financial struggle and you choose to trust me instead of giving in to fear and anxiety, you are not just getting through a tough time, you are creating a legacy of faith for your children and your children's children. You are teaching them, through your example, where their true source of security lies. When you are wronged by someone and you make the difficult choice to forgive, you are breaking a potential generational chain of bitterness and resentment, and you are creating a new inheritance of grace and freedom. Conversely, when you choose to walk in a pattern of sin, of unforgiveness, or of fear, you are creating a spiritual deficit, a toxic inheritance that the next generation will have to fight to overcome. There is no greater gift you can leave behind, no inheritance more valuable than a legacy of authentic faith. My very character is multi-generational. I identify myself as the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. My covenant and my promises flow through family lines. And this is my promise to you, a promise that echoes through the ages. I am a God who shows steadfast, covenant love to 1,000 generations of those who love me and keep my commandments. The love you show me today, the faithfulness you display in your secret struggles, these will not be forgotten. I will honor them. I will carry the blessing of your obedience forward. I will pour out my favor on your family line because of the choices you are making today. For your family and all your generations, don't be afraid. I'm here with you, my beloved child. This requires you to walk by faith, because you will likely not see the full impact of your life on this side of eternity. The heartfelt prayer you pray today for a rebellious child may not bear its full fruit until they are middle-aged. The costly stand you take for integrity in your workplace may inspire a young coworker you barely know, who will then go on to impact thousands for my kingdom. You are planting trees whose shade you may never get to sit in, but I see the full-grown forest that will one day stand because of your faithfulness. See your life as one vital link in a great, divine chain of redemption that I am stretching through history. The faithfulness of your ancestors in the faith forms the links behind you. Your life is the link for today. The strength of your link, your trust, your obedience, your love, contributes to the strength of the entire chain. Do not ever believe the lie that your life is small or insignificant. It is a part of a grand, sweeping story. Live today with your great-grandchildren in mind. Make choices that will pave a path of blessing for them to walk on. Your life is an echo into eternity. My child, I need you to feel the urgency in my heart as I speak to you now. We have talked about your identity, your purpose, and your great inheritance. But these truths were not given to you simply for your own comfort and enjoyment. They were given to you to equip you for a mission, and this mission is urgent. The time is short. Every day, people all around you are living in quiet desperation. They are living without the hope you possess. Your hearts are aching with an emptiness that you have the answer for. Look around you. The spiritual fields of your community, your workplace, and even your own family are ripe and ready for a harvest of souls. But the laborers, those willing to go and gather, are so tragically few. I am looking at you, and I am calling you into the field. I have given you a formal title, a divine position. You are my ambassador. Think about what that means. An ambassador lives in a foreign country, but they do not represent themselves. They speak and act on behalf of their king and their home kingdom. You, my child, are living in a foreign land, this broken, temporary world. But your citizenship is in heaven. You have been entrusted with the single most important message in the universe, the ministry of reconciliation. It is the good news that through the life, death, and resurrection of my Son, any person can be reconciled to me, their Creator, and be adopted into my family. This is the message of hope that a dying world is desperate to hear. You disqualify yourself because you think you are not equipped. You think you need a seminary degree, a dynamic personality, or a perfect life. You are wrong. I have already given you everything you need for this mission. First, I have given you a story. Your personal story of where you were and how my grace found you and changed you is one of the most powerful evangelistic tools in existence. And second, I have given you a voice. I am not asking you to stand on a street corner and shout at strangers, unless I specifically tell you to. I am asking you to simply open your mouth and share the hope that is within you with the people in your daily life. Tell them what I have done for you. Tell them how I have met you in your pain. Your authentic, humble story will do more to soften a hard heart than 1,000 theological arguments. I know you are afraid. You fear being rejected. You fear being mocked. You fear you won't have the right answers to their questions. But I am asking you to weigh that fear against a far greater and more tragic reality. The people in your sphere of influence are perishing. They are living separated from me, with no hope for this life or the next. Let my heart for them break your heart for them. Let my love for them overwhelm your fear of them. My perfect love, as you receive it, will cast out your fear of what other people might think. So many of my children are content to sit safely inside the four walls of the church, celebrating their own salvation while the fields right outside the door are full of a harvest that is rotting on the vine. I am calling you out. A mission field is not some distant land. It is your cubicle at work. It is the house next door. It is the other side of your dinner table. My son's very last words on this earth before he ascended to me were a command: go and make disciples. This was not a suggestion. It was not a calling for a select few professionals. It is the central, non-negotiable mission for every single one of my children. It is your mission. The time is now. I have just entrusted you with my heart for this world and revealed your urgent, generational role in my mission. To hear the call to battle without fully understanding the eternal home you are fighting for would be a great sorrow to me. It would wound me to send you out as my ambassador without the full comfort and hope of knowing what awaits you. Do not go into the world with only the instructions for the journey. Stay, and let me tell you about your final destination. My child, let us lift our gaze for a moment. Let us look beyond the immediate struggles and the temporary horizon of this life. I want to talk to you about your future. I want to talk to you about your home. When you think of heaven, your mind has likely been filled with vague and uninspiring images, fluffy clouds, chubby angels, and an eternity of boring, disembodied existence. The enemy has worked hard to make heaven seem like a dull fairy tale so that you will not long for it, and so that you will cling too tightly to the fleeting pleasures of this world. Today, I want to shatter that false image and tell you the truth. Heaven is not a wispy dream. It is a real place. It is a solid, vibrant, physical reality that I am, at this very moment, preparing specifically for you. It is more real and more substantial than the world you are now in, which is merely a shadow of the glorious reality to come. The best way for you to begin to understand it is to think about all the things that cause you pain in this life. In heaven, they will be gone. Bravery. It is a place where there will be no more sorrow, no more grief over loss. It is a place with no more physical pain, no more sickness, no more disease, no more ague. It is a place with no more anxiety, no more fear, no more insecurity. There will be no more sin, no more shame, no more regret. There will be no more death. I will personally and tenderly wipe away every last tear from your eyes. The constant struggle, the spiritual warfare, the weariness that defines so much of your earthly existence, it will all be over. But heaven is not just about the absence of the bad. It is about the presence and perfection of all that is good. Every deep, pure, and holy longing of your heart will be completely and eternally fulfilled. Your longing for perfect justice will be satisfied. Your longing for breathtaking beauty will be overwhelmed. Your longing for complete wholeness in your body and soul will be realized. Your longing for authentic, transparent, and loving community will be your constant reality. Everything that is broken here will be made perfectly whole there. It is the ultimate resolution of every story, the ultimate fulfillment of every desire. But I must tell you the greatest secret and the ultimate reward of heaven. It is not the golden streets or the pearly gates. It is not even the absence of pain or the reunion with those you have lost. The greatest reward of heaven is me. You will finally be with me face to face. The partial, veiled relationship we have now, which you experience through faith, will become a perfect, unhindered, face-to-face reality. You will see me as I am, and you will be fully known as you are fully known by me. You will finally, truly, be home. And yes, you will be joyfully reunited with the great family of faith, all of your brothers and sisters in my Son who have gone before you. It will be a family reunion that never, ever ends. This hope is not wishful thinking. It is the anchor for your soul in the storms of this life. Your present sufferings are light and momentary, and they are producing for you an eternal weight of glory that is beyond all comparison. Live today in the light of that glory is tomorrow. My child, as our time of speaking in this way draws to a close, I want to lift your eyes from the dust of your present struggles and fix them on the glorious dawn of my promises. The story of this world is not a tragedy that ends in darkness. It is a divine epic, and it ends in my triumphant victory. I want to tell you about the final chapter of this age, which will be the first chapter of our face-to-face eternity. This is not a fairy tale. It is the certain and unstoppable future. The greatest of these promises, the one upon which all history hinges, is this: my Son, Jesus, is coming back. His ascension into heaven was not a final departure. It was a promise of return. He has gone to prepare a place for you, and he will return for his children, just as I have promised, to gather you to myself, so that where I am, you may be also. When he returns, he will not come back to the same broken world he left. His return will initiate the final, glorious act of my redemptive plan. I will make all things new. This is not a simple repair job, and is a complete recreation. The curse of sin, which has infected every part of this world, causing decay, sickness, and death, will be utterly and finally eradicated. Creation itself, which my word says groans as if in the pains of childbirth, will be liberated from its bondage and restored to a perfection and splendor that will surpass even its original glory in Eden. The world will finally operate exactly as it was always meant to, in perfect harmony with its Creator. In that day, I will also bring about perfect justice. I know how your heart aches at the injustice you see, the proud who prosper, the innocent who suffer, the wicked who seem to escape consequence. You must know that I see every act. I have recorded every tear. No act of evil has gone unnoticed, and no act of righteousness hath been forgotten. On that day, every wrong will be made right. Justice will not be partial. It will be perfect and complete. And my reward will be with me. I will personally reward my faithful children for every act of service done in my name. Every quiet prayer, every hidden sacrifice, every cup of cold water given to the thirsty, none of it was in vain. I will reward you with a generosity that will overwhelm you with joy. You have known my Son in the pages of my word as the suffering servant, the Lamb who was slain for the sins of the world. But when you see him again, you will see him in all his glory. You will see him not wearing a crown of thorns, but wearing the crown of the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. You will see him not as the humble carpenter from Nazareth, but as the triumphant, reigning King, before whom every knee in heaven and on earth will bow, and every tongue will confess that he is Lord. And here is the most staggering part of your destiny. You will not be a mere spectator at this coronation. Because you have been made a co-heir with Christ, you will rule and reign with him for all eternity. The faithfulness, the humility, and the character you are developing in this life is your training for reigning in the next. This is not a dream. This is your guaranteed destiny. This is the certain future that awaits you. So live today with your head held high, as a child of the coming King. And so, my beloved child, our long conversation comes to a close for now, but our intimate walk together is truly just beginning in a new and deeper way. What is my final word to you? What do I want to echo in your heart and mind until the day we finally see each other face to face? It is this: live in the reality of the truths I have told you. Do not allow them to be just a collection of interesting ideas that inspire you for a day and are then forgotten. I am calling you to let these truths sink down from your head into the very soil of your heart. Meditate on them. Rehearse them. Let them become the very lens through which you see yourself, your circumstances, and the world around you. This is how your mind is renewed. This is how you are transformed. You must not be discouraged by the temporary state of the world. You will see darkness. You will encounter pain. You will face opposition. But you are now a child of the light, and you know the end of the story. You know that my victory is absolute and your future is secure. This knowledge is meant to make you the most hopeful, the most resilient, and the most peaceful person in any room you enter. Do not let the world's pervasive atmosphere of despair infect your spirit. You are a carrier of a different kind of atmosphere, the very atmosphere of heaven. Until I return, or until I call you home, your mission is clear. Occupy your post. Fulfill the unique and irreplaceable calling I have placed on your life. Do not shrink back in fear. Do not hide the light I have placed within you under a basket. And above all else, love fiercely. Let love be your motivation, your strategy, and your ultimate goal. Love me with all of your heart, soul, mind, and strength. Love your brothers and sisters in my family with a sacrificial, unconditional love. And love the lost in this world with a compassionate and urgent love that compels you to share the hope you have. Let love be your final answer in every situation. I want you to anticipate my return not with fear, but with joyful expectation. You are not waiting for a harsh judge who is eager to find fault with you. You are the bride, waiting for your bridegroom, who loves you with a passionate and perfect love. He has gone to prepare a place for you, and he is coming back for you, live with a sense of longing and excitement for that day, with a heart that cries out, "Come quickly, Lord Jesus." And until that day, hold on to my most fundamental and constant promise. I am with you always, even to the very end of the age. You will never face a single moment of your life alone. My spirit is in you. My angels are around you, and my loving gaze is always upon you. Finally, hear this from the depths of my being to the depths of yours. I love you. I love you with an everlasting love that has no beginning and no end. You are my child. You are my delight. You are my treasured possession. I am so incredibly proud of you for choosing to trust me. I cannot wait for the day when I will welcome you home, when all the struggle will be over, and our eternity of unhindered joy will begin. Until then, my child, walk in the light of these truths. Live in the glorious freedom I have purchased for you. Be strong, be courageous, and know that you are deeply, completely, and eternally loved. You have heard my heart, my child, from the beginning of time to the end of the age. I have told you everything so that you may walk in the fullness of your calling. And now, as these truths settle within you, your spirit cries out to respond, to take an immediate, tangible step of faith. I am inviting you to partner with me in this great work. Your gift is a seed sown into the eternal ground of my kingdom, empowering this very message to find another soul who is wandering, just as you once were. The time is near to reap what you've sown, and I declare now, as you sow generously, you will reap a generous harvest, for a good measure, pressed down and running over, will be poured into your life. This is not a donation. It is a declaration of your allegiance to my mission. I will charge my angels to guard the seed you sow and ensure it brings forth fruit 100-fold. Seal your yes to me. Click Super Thanks. Become a member, or use the link in the description to send my word to the ends of the earth. Now, my child, do not let this sacred moment pass like a fleeting thought. I have pulled back the veil and told you everything because this is your appointed time for a new beginning. Let your response be an anchor for your soul, a declaration that you have heard and received my words. As a sign of your faith and an act of war against every old lie, I want you to declare it now for all the spiritual realms to witness. Take a moment, and with the full conviction of your heart, write, "You have told me everything, and I receive your truth." Let this be the first amen to the new story I am writing in your life. Amen. If you believe in me, your Heavenly Father, then like this video and leave a heartfelt amen in the comments. If you want to stay closer to me, then subscribe to this channel.